Hello, 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 hello. Hey, Lola. Welcome in. So I played once I took my nap yesterday and I woke up, I played a little bit more of Chieftain here. And I'll show you real quick. But turned on RF. Surprisingly easy. Yeah, I mean I said I was gonna. Yeah, after I managed to get some sleep, I played a little more, but I got RF turned on. I like this build. It's surprisingly tanky, so like that part of it for RF is like really nice. But I feel like this build is just, I'm just gonna like sadly die to my own damaging myself on accident, because I'm not sure I really understand righteous fire. So it's like a mix of like, I need to have, let's see, life recovery. I don't even know where to see it. Like, what is my life recovery? Like, honestly, I'm at the point with this build where the fact that I'm not dead is a miracle, because I don't know how it works. Like, how do I know what my... This is recovery from leech. Mana recovery. Yeah, I don't get it. And I thought the way RF worked was like, burn for 90% of your maximum life per second as fire damage. You burn for 70% of your maximum energy per second as fire damage. So it's telling me 996 fire damage per second, which seems like, in my mind, that would just kill me. Ah, here we go. I want a nice big glass of iced coffee, yeah. The effect ends when you have 1 life remaining. So I guess that will at least prevent me from just dying from an item change. As long as I'm not out here like changing items in the middle of a combat area, you know? So this is pretty smooth. Like, I will probably do my fastest league start ever if I start this, because the moment I turned this on, I just started zooming, because I was like, I literally don't have to press a button to just like, I mean, I can use my frost blink. Hey, Lexus. Use my like frost blink to move faster, but like otherwise I'm just zooming. I mean, it's pretty great. So I don't know. I like it, but I think I prefer the other one we were doing, which was the witch one. Or 50 mining, yes, let's go. I also just like that I'm literally just like, I just stand here. Like, I don't gotta do nothing. I do think this has the downside that my Ice Storm character had, which is that it's kind of a melee ranged situation. And so I think sometimes that will get me into trouble. But I don't know, anything. Oh, also you have to turn it back on every time you change zones, which is kind of a hazard as well. But other than that, though, really like it. Also, the Fox's like guide, it's just got like exactly what you need, straight to the point, whatever, which is really nice. But the other reason I think I want to do the witch one is because I would learn a lot doing the witch one, because I've never really done intense minion build before. Like, I did that one build in Ruthless that was technically a minion build, but other than that I haven't done one. And this also, like, the witch thing I was playing with isn't even a normal minion build, but eventually I would technically have specters and like an animate guardian and stuff like that. So I would have to actually learn that stuff, which I have never learned because I'm kind of intimidated by it. So I like that about it. So anyway, that's RF. I also would still like to get this guy. Three games come out I wanted to play. Why all the same day? Damn. So what level did we figure out? Let me look this up actually. PoE. Active skill gems. What level do I get Cyclone? Because I think it's kind of late. Clarissa. Okay, that's Act 2. But it requires level 28, apparently. Wait, Clarissa's Act 2, right? No, that's Act 3. That's Act 3. Anyway, what were we doing on this character? Dweller of the Deep. Boop, boop, boop. But I am feeling a little bit better about doing hardcore because we just played a bunch. I'm just feeling more comfortable with PoE again now that I've played a bunch.
My mana is spent.
Yeah, I would like to see if I can make this skill work. But I need to get us a little further. All right, so we're doing this. And I think I wanted to go get spiritual aid via via going down here. Ow. You suck, buddy. He's healing or something. There we go.
I must have time to gather my word.
Oh my god. What's this? AoE hardcore. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never really even tried to go that, like, anywhere in hardcore. This will be my first time really trying with this league. I've gotten further than I've ever gotten this week, just messing around, trying out builds to see what I'm gonna play for the league. Good luck, you'll need it. Yeah, I'm sure.
My mana is spent.
Well, and I'm fairly happy because I think the witch build, the holy relic builds, RF. What else did we play? I mean, the Ice Storm builds. Like, I feel like there are a lot of builds I would be happy to play. And that's great because if I die, we just start playing one of the other ones, you know? Unless I don't get very far before I die. Like, if I die in mud flats or something, I'll just try again, you know? But, which I will probably die in mud flats, considering what they showed us with the league mechanic being in there. League mechanic is going to make all of this infinitely harder, I'm sure. Hey, one. Where is Mr. Krabs? There it is. Yeah, doing my own build would be really fun. So that's why I'm messing around with this. See if it's even possible the way I'm envisioning it, or if I would have to do something else to make it work. The very much a path that people are not treading though. So Chances are it won't work super
I must
well.
have time to gather my will.
We're in mana hell over here.
My mana is spent.
Feels like my Frostblink's doing better damage than the skill I'm trying to make my main skill. Not a good sign.
You managed to kill a grand.
I mean, I don't really do...
Stay sharp out there.
Yes?
Ba-da-dum. She's all these +1 level, but none of them work for me right now. That hurts. That hurts me.
Goodbye.
I don't remember which one's which anymore. Just use this one, I guess. It's probably not this one because there's stuff here that wouldn't be here, but bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, bum.
Still
I
alive.
think I need better gear on this character, but to make up for how bad it is.
Farewell.
There's not much going on.
I must have time to gather my will.
I guess I could do something else actually. Hold on. Let's just go standard. Okay, here's my guy. Actually, let's not do it on this guy. Let's do it on... Let's do it on this guy. So I was messing around on this guy before. That doesn't work.
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man.
Stash is a mess. How am I supposed to find anything around here? Who did this? Here we go. So I need a blue, green, blue. So 2 blue and a green. Probably an easier way to do this, huh? Let's go to my hideout real quick. Why is it red like that? Whatever. I did it. Okay. And then we're gonna do this, this, and
Hail, Godslayer.
yes. I just want to see it. So it just goes on the ground if there's no enemy, right? Where's the I don't know the game. Let's go like Blood Aqueduct. Okay, that's what I thought. Surprised this kills literally anything, but we are in a low level area. There's not really any way for me to tell if I'm killing them with Cyclone or if I'm killing them with the other ability, though. It says 9, but it should be used every 0.45 seconds while channeling. I have no idea what else is on here because I've just... Okay, I don't think we're doing damage via anything else unless I just like randomly have thorns or something. This was like one of my first characters, so I don't actually know what's going on. What if I just let them hit me? What's gonna happen? Do they get damaged? Oops. Well, that's gonna make it harder to tell. I mean, I could go on a map, but I think I'm just immediately gonna die. That's what I remember about this character, is that they immediately die. Main hand total combined damage is almost nothing. Because they're not dying instantly. But yeah, and I guess the thing that I was thinking was like, I was thinking it would like just shoot out in random directions. It makes sense that it doesn't do that. But it's unfortunate. I think one of the reasons like Ice Storm works so well is because as a cyclone skill is like if I log into one of these, right?
I don't think I need to be doing that right now.
So it's my first Ice Storm guy. Like the coverage is pretty good. It is casting where I am still, but the actual coverage is pretty good. And then I don't even remember the weapon swap button. What's the button for weapon swap? X. And then for range, we can swap to this, right? With Purify Flame, I don't think... First of all, I just don't think the damage is there. But... let's see. Like, if I go back to... Can I even look at this skill? Ice Storm. So... also... it's funny, because this build and... this build, I can't tell in the game or in POB what my actual damage is. Like, it's misleading. I think it's something along the lines of it's like measuring the DPS of a single as if there was only one projectile, but there's usually a ton of overlap. I think that's what this problem is. And I don't know if this is correct, but I just remember in my mind, I remember some kind of like multiply the number by 14 or something like that you see in POB. But the important thing, really, is that I was killing stuff at the end of the day. And then this, which I took off the armor set with this guy and put it back on. 'Cause it belongs to him. There we go. This is the guy that got the Rajang armor. This one very similar, as you can see, in terms of what it's doing, but unlike unlike the other one, I have to stop to cast it. So I'd be like, it's the stop and go. But if I hold it down, which I can't even do actually on this build, it looks like. Do we have like, I don't know why I can't continuously cast. I find that surprising. This probably does way more damage than this says as well. Because we're level 88. Man, I run so fast on this character. Look how fast I am. What is my movement speed? Where can I see my movement speed? Where are all my stats in this game? I'm so confused about where my stats are. There it is. Why is movement speed under defense plus 80%? Oh, look, life regen's in here too. Okay, now that I know that, let's log on to this guy again, because I want to look at this. What is life regen? 259. See, how does that work? How am I not just immediately dying? I guess, well, okay, wait, no. I know why. It's because my fire res is capped. Overcapped even. So this damage where I burn myself is going through my fire res. So it was telling me this does almost 1,000 fire damage, right? But really, I'm getting rid of 80% of that. So it's 200 fire damage. And then my regen is 259. That's why I don't die. So that's the thing that makes me nervous, though, is like, if I change a piece of gear, if I change a piece of gear, how am I supposed to know if I just made it so that I'm gonna die? I mean, I guess by the time you get to maps or whatever, you're probably gonna be changing your gear in your hideout, and then from there, you know, you'll see your health going down because you can turn it on and you'll just see what happens. It is kind of funny though, like, because I never really thought about it before, but like, you can't actually turn it off yourself. Like, if you went into a map and you turned on RF and your health started going down, like, you're like, oh shit, I just realized, like, I messed up, you know, my gear isn't good enough, I'm gonna die. So like, boom. I take off these. Do I start dying? No? Oh, I'm still capped. How am I still capped? Where's all this fire? Oh, okay, I have some on my... There it goes. I had to get, like, completely naked. Well, actually, that just turned it off because it unequipped it. I don't think that's... There we go. Okay, so now I'm just dying, right? Okay, there it goes. So yeah, it just turns off when you hit one. So like right before it kills you. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's incredibly tanky though, is the feeling. Like I like that it feels... It's also so passive. Like, we have leech, but I feel tanky even without actually hitting anything. And since hitting things is passive as well, I feel like this is incredibly good for hardcore. So what I think I'm going to do for League start is I'm going to start Witch, which I mean you'd have to do anyway for Chief, but I'm going to start Witch, and if we are struggling, then I'll switch to RF. I mean, I'd have to make another Witch for gems probably, but I want to try to do Holy Relic, I think. Because I will say something that is like, I love the Ice Storm build, right? But I will say after doing these little runs, like we didn't even go all the way through the campaign, but just even doing the beginning part like we were doing has made me realize just how not smooth what I was doing before was, like, as a start. Especially Witch and Chieftain. Like, obviously what I'm doing messing around here was not very smooth. I also did a little run with Scion where I like ramped up Spectral Throw, and I was gonna try out Ensanguinate, but I didn't get that far, and even that was like crazy smooth. I want to do a... Let's do...
Why do the keen of mind seek to satiate their curiosity in darkness and depravity? Innocence is our father. Arieth is our mother. When a daughter strays from the light, she makes herself an orphan. Learn well the lessons.
I realized that because I was doing SSF, all that stuff I did with my stash won't carry over.
The very sand shivers with malice.
So I need to
Welcomes me.
go fix up my stash here.
The dead will soon rise for me, not against me. thought I'd be a dead woman by now.
Bum, bum, bum. All right.
I saw what you did to Lion Eyes.
See what the stash situation is in hardcore. 'Cause it's probably a
Fine
mess.
work with Hillock. Farewell.
Farewell. Yup. That's a mess. Why does it look like this? Just do this. It's like kind of the way I would have it, but not. Very strange. Wait a minute. I have 2 flaws? Oh, it's remove. It's a remove tab. Why does it? How do I actually remove it? Okay, this is a mess. Let's just put non-remove tabs in front of all of these. Okay, this is Delhi. This is Blight. Sorry, this is Ultimatum. This is Blight. Delph. Okay, and then this, we need to do... Don't. fact that it's backwards will drive me nuts. There we go. Okay, these are div cards. Maps. Are dungeons still stopped as we have our strongest character back? I think they are. Let me turn them back on. Yeah. There we go. Now they're on. Thank you. Uniques. Okay. And then we just have a bunch of premium tabs. And we have... let's see, we want... Yes, pots, gems, currency. Okay. So then we're gonna do B1. Why did that change to a 1? B4. I have so many stash tabs, turns out. I'm gonna convert like a ton of these to be for the new trade stuff. That's why I have so many tabs, because I didn't like thinking too hard, and I would just dump everything into tabs at basically random prices and then hope that somebody would buy it. That's why I have so many. Okay, so we've got these. I want you to be like dark color, I guess. Dump here. Rags here. Map should also be closer to the front. Let's just put the dump. Oh, I don't have my... I need to pull up like... Yeah, I just put it in there and be like, someone buy it, please. Pretty much. A long time ago. I figured out what I wanted to do. I still have my old bingo cards. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna pull up PoE 2. I want to see what I did with my stash tabs in PoE 2, because I know I liked it. I'm just gonna beat up PoE 2 real quick. Apparently I haven't opened PoE 2 in a minute because it's updating now. I'm surprised there's this big of an update because there hasn't been a new league since I've booted up PoE 2. I guess they did a mid-league patch that was big. I was thinking, by the way, I'm probably going to take tomorrow off because I've just been exhausted after being sick and everything. That way I get like full day rest before league start. And I likely will be streaming on Sundays, so I won't get my normal day off. I've never had both these games open at the same time. I don't know if it's going to explode or not. I probably should have closed the other game. I'm literally just going to open my stash though, because I know that I set up my stash tabs in a way that I like in PoE 2. I wonder if you convert a tab in PoE 2, does it convert that tab for PoE 1 as well? It must not, right? You have to convert them separately? I really wish they hadn't done it this way. I feel like they could have done this in a way where you could freely make any of your tabs sale tabs. This is taking forever to load. Clearly it's because I have the other game open. Hold on, I'll do this. Let me exit PoE 1. I'll just put us on this. That immediately helped. God, I'm slow in PoE 2. That is weird. Anyway, let me... It's a weird thing to go back to this game after playing. I just walked. And I was shocked at how slow I walked. I walked from the portal to the to the what do you call it? To the stash box. And that was enough to completely confuse me. Do I not have as many tabs? Surely I do. Oh, excuse me. I'm sleepy. Yeah, yesterday after I got off stream, I just slept for like, I don't even know how many hours. And then I woke up way later. I even missed Zan's stream. Oh, lordy. Okay, well, I guess I'm glad I logged into the other character. Okay, let's reboot up Huey. I think we're still stuck. Our damage seems a little low. What's happening over here? Well, Void Mage and I are just... Okay, there we go. I mean, we haven't gotten to the boss yet, so I think it's actually fine. I'm gonna watch this for a second. Oh, we're in the dungeon. Oh, you used a scroll, but you're not in the dungeon. Oh, you didn't, you didn't auto join. Okay, we're killing it though. This won't be forever. So there is that. Okay. So the visually pleasing way I had done this before was let's make this that color, I think. This here, let's pull out one of these. And because I did forget, sockets. Okay, map, pots, and then I made let's move this up here. Let's go up there. So this is the part that doesn't exist in the other one, so I'll just do. I think the reason. So why is this one like this? Why is there just a random extra one? And then you go here. Plus B2. I have no idea. You thought of using scroll you automatically joined? You know, I don't even remember anymore. I don't even remember anymore. You're probably right. All right. Welcome in, welcome in. Just setting up my tabs. I don't even think I want this many tabs in here. Let's just do like 6. See, 17, 18. All of these out. I have so many tabs. I really do. It's a little nuts. It's gonna be great for, you know, the merchant thing, but it is a lot of tabs. Okay, so move div up here. And then I'm gonna put dump here. And let's see, what do I want? Cyclone Slayer champion, very nice. I was trying out a bunch of things. I think I'm gonna do a Holy Relic Necromancer. I don't know if that's like the appropriate build name or not, but it looks fun. Okay, so we need a ring bucket. Actually, no. I don't know what number this was, but probably 23. I want... Do I want this? Do I want to use my quad tabs for these sorts of things? Probably not. Let's just use a normal one. Yeah, no, we'll use a normal one. So we need rings. We need amulets, which will be purple. Amulets. And oh yeah, this is off too. Put this. We're just gonna spell everything out, I guess, because why not? I mean, this is fine. Yes, fragments. Let's move this up here. Just trying to make it visually pleasing for myself. That's really all I'm doing right now. Let's put this here. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna put all these away. I don't understand. Oh, the other one did go away. Okay. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I guess graphs. I'm gonna want graphs in their own thing. Graphs. So I'll put that here. That's relatively pleasing. Just do this and this. Okay. Great. I think that's fine. I'm just gonna spell these out though. Light. Ultimatum. Oops. Ultimatum. Ba, 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 ba. It's kind of hard to read. I'm just gonna make this one black too. Even though I already made div black. There we go. Nice and clean. Okay. Now. You keep accidentally turning off Twitch? How does that work?
Be well. God hasn't abandoned us. Yes?
If I do this, is she even... Can I can't even use that if I do that. Okay.
Goodbye.
That's what I thought.
Yes? Be well. Yes?
All right. Did I carve pumpkin for Halloween? Not anymore. I did a long time ago. Like with my family, we would do it sometimes. But I haven't done it in a long time. How about you? All right. Let's put our point in.
Welcome.
So eventually I need... Well, this is perfect, actually. Because we can put our holy flame totem in that. And then we can swap it. I'm going kind of slow, aren't I? Molasses today. So many 3 links in the shop. This is kind of crazy. I don't want to ignore them. We got 3 link and 3 slots from him.
Farewell.
I know that stench. Just like my sister.
We're almost done. They've got
Upon the pyre.
25% HP on the boss. Now that my loot filter works again, I have to get used to what loot filter's telling me again. Whoa there. Stop trying to kill me. Seven, 2, 4. Heck yeah. This area is kind of scary. It just runs so fast. Can we talk about this? Why are you coming for me like this? The townsfolk are so speedy. I think they're zombies, actually. Oh, they're cannibals. Excuse me. I think that just means they're zombies, but I don't actually remember. It's been a minute since I actually paid attention to the lore.
Freeze!
Whetstone.
I'd almost stopped believing.
Okay, we want to grab this one. And then we want to check our wands. I can just move this here. So, like, I could grab this 12%. There's some way to craft. I need to look up the vendor recipes. Vendor recipe POE. Because I think I can craft wands with +1 skill. Would I even want a wand, though, by the time I get out of Act 1? Because I'm doing minion damage. So would I want... Maybe I would want a scepter? For sale? This is the shop. Like the vendor shop. Well, it looks like when we get to maps, we're gonna use a rapier for some reason. Why is that? Oh, I know why. Right, because eventually we're going to use splitting steel. Right. Okay, but until then, like, I don't think I switched to splitting steel. Let me see. Please follow the skills recommended in the POV. What do you mean? Bro, you don't got nothing in here. Oh, here we go. Leveling is SRS. Okay. Here we go. Cruel Lab till swap to Holy Relic. $38 until Cruel Lab. What level is Cruel Lab? Cruel Lab. QE. At least level 40. Act 7. Okay, so we're SRS for a really long time. That's fine. So yeah, I would think that I would want, which we're not gonna get any scepters here in this act. However, Let's get +1 skill up here. So a wand, a chain belt, and a blacksmith's whetstone gets you increased spell damage. Okay. So if I grabbed this and then I went, bloop. I didn't get what I wanted, but so they're telling me, didn't I pick up a, yeah, I did. Oh, but I need a magic or a rare chain belt. So I could buy this, but until I can make it higher, whatever, then it doesn't matter.
God hasn't abandoned
Okay.
us.
I'm learning. Let's do this. Give spell damage, yeah. And then we'll hold on to this. I'm just gonna keep this in my pocket. Is there one that's like plus, hold on. There's got to be one that gives me plus levels. Increased physical damage. Chaos res. So you get movement speed. Oh, here we go. Plus level lightning, plus level cold, plus level all minions. Skill gems. Oh, for a helmet. So that one is a normal helmet. 2 or more quality gems with a combined total of 40% quality and the minion tag. Okay, so that's later that you would be able to do that. Oh, these would have helped me on my RF character. I forgot about these. Iron ring and a red gem to make a ruby ring. That would have been great. Do you two have recipes? No. And I miss them. Like, I do wish they were implemented slightly differently in this. Like, I would think I was saying this the other day, but like, it'd be really cool if when I went to go talk to the vendor and I was in like cell, right? Because you do it via cell. If there was like a menu on the side that was like recipes, and then it was like you could click them, and if you hadn't discovered them, it gave you like some indication what it was. Like it could literally just be a list of the name of every recipe in the game or something like that, and you click it and then you just like can, and but once you discover them, then it just like is there forever. I feel like that would be nice. And they already have a system with the crafting table
We are blessed.
where like, so if I go to my hideout, there's already this whole system where as you go through the campaign, so I have things here just because oh no, here we go. So I want it to be like this. So in PoE 1, when you're going through the campaign, you can find recipes, and where they are changes every league. Like where you get which recipes and where they are changes every league. It's random, so it's like a thing to go look for. Some of them aren't random, I think. Like some of them are tied to league mechanics and stuff like that. There's a ton of different ways to get recipes, but even if you don't have them, or when you don't have them, you see them here and it tells you where you get them. So it says, oh, this one you get it at the beach, which is a map. Or you get this one in the shipyard, you know, like it tells you where you get them. And it also tells you what they are. So you could be like, oh, defenses, I want that. Like maybe you have the rank 1, but you don't have the rank 2 and 3. And you're like, oh man, I found out I love this one, but I want the higher rank 1. You can just go to this list and then figure it out. So they like need this, but for vendor recipes. Because vendor recipes are the thing that as a new player, like they're so powerful. Like, and if you don't know them and you don't have them, like I can't memorize shit to save my life. So it would be really helpful if, at the very least, if I did them once they showed up somewhere. But I don't know. I know that PoE's the old game now, but I hope they don't completely give up on making some minor changes that will make PoE 1 more digestible, because it's still a fantastic game. Like they're gonna keep supporting it. They may as well make it still keep doing some of those changes that make it more accessible. I have hope that they will.
To learn is to live.
But we'll have to see what happens. Got an interesting layout this time. Boom, 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 boom. So big. I didn't even know the mudflats could be this big. Ooh, augment orb. We can use that for the boot recipe. Trying to use my movement skill. We don't have it yet. Ow. Oh, those are zombies. But yeah, I think I'm pretty set on what I'm gonna do now. Like, this is a weird layout. It's tripping me out. I think I'm gonna start Witch. Which might be a first for me, actually. I don't think I've ever League started Witch. It's because my first League, I League started... I don't even know if I played on League Start my first League, but I started with Marauder. Because I played my own terrible version of Bone Shatter. And then... Gosh, so that was Total League. And then after Toto was Affliction, which I think... It's hard to know when I League started in Affliction because I played a bajillion characters in Affliction.
Now that you...
Because I think... Was it Affliction that I did that? It might have been Toto that I played a billion characters. One of those early ones, I played a ton of characters. But the one that ended up being my character for the League in Affliction was... Which is why I think it was Affliction League. Was the Reign of Arrows character. So that was a duelist. And then... After Affliction was Settlers. Was it Settlers? Gosh, I can't remember. Let's see. PoE Leagues. Here we go. Necropolis. Necropolis. I don't know if I League started it, but again, my main character was the Ice Storm build, and that was Trickster. So, Shadow. And then Settlers, I did that again because I loved Ice Storm. So then I did Shadow again. So it was Marauder, Duelist, Shadow. Then I skipped Mercenaries. And now with Keepers, I'm going to do Witch. So this is only my, like... What is that? 5th League? Actually playing? Out of all... How many leagues have they had? Let's see. Oh my gosh, this is a long list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39... 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 47th League? I don't even know if I counted that right because I kept having to scroll up. 47 leagues is crazy. Whoa. Yeah, they used to release on a 13-week cycle. Google AI just says over 30. Yeah, I would say there has been. Yeah, and since I started playing, I think I've only seen one League mechanic that went core get removed from core since I started playing. So the first time that happened to me, like, which it was Metamorph League got removed, and I remember it was such a weird feeling because I just I didn't think they did that until they did that.
Stay sharp out there.
All right, so I can't remember why. Was I waiting because I wanted different colors? Well, I don't want them colors. Them colors, bad colors. Okay, well, regardless. We can start leveling this. And now this can be my move. And we can have this equipped. All right, let's go ahead and put this stuff here. I'm trying to remember what I need for
Yes?
this. I already forgot. There we go. Accept. And then we do this. Yeah, I need a triple blue or a blue red. And then we're set.
Stay sharp out there.
We're set forever. Honestly, it's gotten so second nature that I didn't even realize I'd already gone into the cave. Hey, a chain bell, let's go.
I think this ray class will serve.
We could just go get the essence in the cave and use that to make a magic chain belt for the recipe. So that's something we could do. Is it needed? Not really.
I need more mana.
Did I make a belt tab? I feel like I didn't. Leave me alone. Everything dies. Someone didn't die. Maybe you died in the dungeon, Lola. Last time?
A necromancer.
We were definitely having a bit of a tough time. Even though Vertex did kill it.
Stay sharp out there.
Yes? While we live. Hello.
Bum, bum, bum. Keep getting kind of distracted
Bye.
from what I'm doing. I did not make a belts tab. I probably should. Okay, see you in a bit. Just grab. Well, I'm missing 24. Let's grab this one. Belts. Oops. I should make this one. And we need to find a new home for fragments. Be pink. And it doesn't look bad, does it? I guess we could put it after red. We did here. It looks fine. It should be further up the chain anyway because it's got a lot of stuff we'll access somewhat often once we're mapping and stuff. It doesn't really matter. Okay. So, when can I get the other supports? Oh, we could already have this going. Okay. So I think we want to do this, and we'll do Holy Flame Totem. Right? Yeah. And summon and combustion we don't have. Actually, like, getting things a little mixed up. SRS. Oh, it's different here. Lightning, melee splash, minion damage. Well, I don't have those. Oh my gosh. Guys, I'm so tired. Honestly, I feel pretty good about this. This is what I want to do. I want to play something else. Now that I'm pretty much good to go. Like, we got our tabs good. I know what I'm playing. I got a little accustomed to PoE. I don't want to out PoE myself before PoE is out. I'm gonna swap games. The problem is I don't really want to start anything because obviously we're going to be starting a league soon. Anything I start, I will likely not get back to for a good minute. Maybe we could just do bonus farming time. I don't know, I'm in such waiting mode for PoE. What if I just watch PoE videos all day today? How would we feel about that? Boom, 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 boom. Let's see, what do we got? Path of Exile. Oh. Hey, Baylor Mage got a video. You can watch that. So we got a video about specters. Got some Dream Core videos. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now I just gotta set it up. Boom, 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 boom. Well, there's an update about the build I'm planning on playing, so we should probably watch it.
hello YouTube. This is Bale Mage again, and for the 77th time in a row,
Because build
we're
never
bringing you
changes
a summon
ever.
ranging spirit poison variant build for League Start again. I can't believe that this is still this good and that it's been this long. This is my second favorite minion build. My first favorite obviously being Holy Relic, but Holy Relic plays nothing like a minion build. When you play it, it doesn't feel like a minion build. So if you're after the feeling of a minion build, SRS is the one. So, a few changes have happened. If you've played this before or looked at it before, the important things to know is that we have no idea how hard the sword will be to get that we normally use, or whether it'll even be available at all. So, we've built the whole thing without it. It's made almost no difference to its total damage and finished product, but it has completely automated our offering setup and curse and everything like that we would normally have used an Arcanist brand for.
Cool.
I've left both endgame versions in this part of the building for if you have the sword, which will be slightly more DPS, or if you have a wand, which could be the same DPS if you had a really good one, but with an average wand, it's just ever so slightly less, but not in an important amount. So, that being said, let's jump into the path of building and show everybody what's going on. This is Summon Raging Spirit. This skill I have leveling trees for. You get to play it from about level 8 onwards the entire time. I do have all of the leveling trees in here and everything.
Nice.
They are behind me, so let me move myself. Here we go. They're all behind me, so we've got all the leveling trees. They're great. It is worth noting that, technically speaking, leveling this build, at least until like either normal or cruel lab as some sort of ignite prolif spell speed leveling build and just doing a respec would technically be slightly faster. But I never like doing any of that stuff. I like playing my build from as early as I can whenever it is viable.
I'm
And
the same.
This is only a little tiny bit slower than doing like the like official fastest builds around, right? So
Because if you just always play, like, okay, until you're like level 8 and you get a second round of gems, then sure, you're just gonna pick your favorite skill or whatever to get to level 8. But from that point on, like, I feel like I would rather just play something that's as close to the build as possible, as long as it's not awful, because otherwise, every time you play that character, every time you play a witch, you're going to do the exact same thing until basically endgame, which seems really boring to me.
And the entire gameplay of this is literally just shield charge around.
But I mean, if it cuts your campaign time down from
once or twice, shield charge
12 hours to 4 hours, then of course.
Shield charge to the next pack. It is quite decently tanky, lots of recovery, absolutely fantastic. But using the loadouts up here, you'll see that there is an early endgame set. This will be when you first get to maps. We have filled this in with just absolute like
baby's first ghastly eye jewel.
The most basic you can get. Everything here is just like try and get life and res cap. That's literally it. It's fine. We have two endgame versions. One is just called Endgame Poison. It uses our United in Dream like we used to use. It is certainly a little easier to get running in that setup if you can get your hands in a United in Dream, because it comes with the 60% chance to poison. So you don't need a lot of poison chance on your jewels. But that being said, it's only 19.4 million DPS in this setup, which is definitely not a min-max setup. This is just like the first goal, right? That being said, the wand version in exactly the same level of gear, just a tiny bit shy of 18.
I'm not sure I wish I knew what my ice storm build DPS actually was. But I feel like the numbers he just showed, 17 million, I think that's better than what my single target damage was. It's so hard to say because since POB in the game couldn't even track it, like I fought bosses though, and like they died relatively fast because I remember I didn't have to like, I definitely had to do mechanics, I guess, but I'm so curious because 19 million damage seems absolutely insane. I'm sure that won't be my damage even if when I play this, to be honest, because I'm I'm still just a noob at like gearing. So there's that. But yeah, I don't know.
1.5 million DPS short. The difference is it's a decent amount faster. It gets to run haste instead. We've still maintained block cap, spell block cap, everything else. And it is just a wand that looks a little bit like this. That is 4 stats, no double plus, nothing maxed. Pretty reasonable. That can be a +1 all or a +1 minion roll. These are quite easy to make. We only went with 3 stats. We only went with 3 stats and a crafted one for this. So again, super reasonable. The difference being you get to use trigger here. And if you get to use trigger there, then you get to have your Desecrate, Despair, and Flesh Offering all in your trigger weapon, which means you do not need an Arcanist brand to do those things, and your offerings have
I don't even know
100%
what that
uptime.
means.
They're fantastic. We do have a
Trigger a socketed spell when you use a skill with an 8-second cooldown. How do you get that? Spells triggered this way have more cost. How do you get that? Do I need to look into craft of building research to understand how this works? Hold on. Let me pull that up. Or craft of exile, whatever it's called. I don't even remember how to use this website. This website looks very different. Oh, it's because I'm blocking half the website. There we go. So one-handed weapons. Trigger. Oh, it's just a roll, I guess. Oh, you can craft it on there? From where? Oh, but this is from... Is this from Settlers? Where does this come from? Hold on. One-handed. Want. Oh no, I want emulator. One-handed. Wand. Seed. Vendor recipes. Okay, it's not a vendor recipe. Essence. Why is it a crafted thing? Where does it come from? That's the thing with PoE 1. It's like there's just so much you can do if you know about it with crafting. I love it. I don't know those things, but I love that it's a thing. Okay, so it doesn't say where this comes from. Where does this come from? It's gotta be from, like, settlers, right? Hold on. If I just log into standard, will I see this in there? If I go to the town? No, no, no. King's March.
Hail! How goes it?
Is there crafting still?
You've got a
Because I thought crafting was gone. Surely it's not just on the bench, right? It is. Okay. And this is just saying I get it from the refinery, so... Let's just go there real quick. What is that? Act 10? Act... Where's the refinery? Is it a map? Wait, oh, I was thinking reliquary. Sorry, I'm dyslexic, so I don't actually... It must be a map. Oh, dear Lord. Maps. Fine. What's the button? Atlas. Right. I don't have anything on my Atlas, really. What if I just go... Thank you. What was that? Minnie! It's like, I'm not even paying enough attention to know who that was for a second. Welcome in. Okay, fighting. I was actually just trying to understand where a craft comes from, but I think it's more trouble than it's worth. The important thing is that it's crafting table recipe. But then I was just like, I just want to kill some stuff. Why not? I love this build. I'm using one hand to play. Just holding down my mouse button. I was hoping to see a map drop, but I think maybe I need to go to a higher level zone. Where do maps drop? I don't remember how to play this game. Will maps drop in here? I'm sure I could just buy a map. Although, who's gonna sell to me in standard? How annoying is that? Well, I'm certainly not seeing map drops here. I think if you go and you kill the campaign boss, it's like a guaranteed drop, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I don't think my damage is that good. I mean, this isn't my fully decked out one, but...
This is it.
This is it.
I shall strike you down. May a new dawn arise.
Well, none of those are maps. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I can get a hold of some maps. Well, it doesn't matter. The point is, we figured out where it came from. It's a craft. We're fine. I didn't know that existed, but now I do. With an 8-second cooldown is interesting. So
Use trigger here. And if you get to use trigger there, then
so on an 8-second cooldown, we would use everything on the weapon, I'm assuming. Desecrate, despair. Isn't despair an aura? And flesh offering. Is despair an aura? Well, that didn't work. Despair. Oh, it's a curse. Okay.
you get to have your desecrate, despair, and flesh offering all in your trigger weapon, which means you do not need an Arcanist brand to do those things, and your offerings have 100% uptime. They're fantastic. We do have our raised specters. We do have our animate guardian. The quality of life on both of those is now through the roof. They are fantastic. You will see our utility minions that we want listed in order here.
Hello?
These are the ones that I prefer to run for this. Perfect Judgment,
Sorry?
Forest Warrior, Guardian Turtle, and Warlord. That's right, we do get 4. Warlord will be the last one, so while you've got only 3, run 3. And it is worth noting that you can get a Pale Sephirim and an Arena Master nice and early, and 2 Charge Monkeys if you make your way up to 4 Spectres before you can afford to buy Corpses for the first time. 2 Charge Monkeys are pretty good. They'll help you run around faster. You should definitely be using something. If you can't be bothered to get anything, you should absolutely just go grab 3 or 4 of the Charge Monkeys. The Carnage Chieftains from Act 2. They're amazing. They hand out frenzy charges, and if you have at least 2 of them, they will. You can get a Pale Sephiroth. We do have our raised spec.
Sorry, I was in my own head.
These are quite easy, super easy to use. Trigger there, then you get to have your desecrate, despair, and flesh offering all in your trigger weapon, which means you do not need an Arcanist brand to do those things, and your offerings have 100% uptime. They're fantastic.
Oh, okay.
We do have our raised specters. We do have our animate guardian. The quality of life on both of those is now through the roof. They are fantastic. You will see our utility minions that we want listed in order here. These are the ones that I prefer to run for this.
So I've
Perfect
never
Judgment, Forest.
used Animate Guardian or Raise Spectre, I don't think, like ever. So this is one of the reasons I want to do this one, is because I just think I'm going to learn a lot, because I've never used it. And also this seems like a good time to do this because they changed the way that specters work now. So one of the reasons I'd never done it, and Anime Guardian, I think got changed last league, actually. I could be wrong. I feel like I should look this up, actually. How does Anime Guardian work? Animate a melee weapon or armor, attaching it to an invisible guardian that fights by your side. Animating multiple items attaches to the same guardian. You cannot animate unidentified items. Cannot be used by traps or mine. If your guardian dies, you cannot summon an animated guardian again in that area. Okay, yeah, they changed this because this used to be, let's say you put some really good gear on your anime guardian. Well, too bad if it dies, because I think it used to be that if it died, you lost everything on Anime Guardian. And for me, that was way too high of a like gamba, because that was before I was even interested in like hardcore, and I was like, that is too much. Yeah. But now that it's like permanent, like yeah, you get like maybe you still lose the gear. I have no idea. But I think you can just reanimate it and everything's fine. Specters will now be the same. So it used to be with specters, you would get these corpses in PoE 1 is how it works, because in PoE 2 it's different, right? But you would get these corpses, and there's all kinds of different like versions or whatever of corpses, like the ones he's showing. And then you would summon the with the corpse. But if it died, you would lose it. You'd have to go get another one, get another corpse. And these corpses were like, you know, at least like a divine each. So it would cost you a lot if something happened to them. And I was just like, nah, man, I don't want to do that. But now you just resummon them, which I assume they brought over because that's basically what you do in PoE 2 as well. It's like you find a cool enemy, you make it a specter, you put it in the Pokeball, and then if it dies, you just resummon it. It's no big deal. It's in the Pokeball forever, right? But I'm not sure if this, I'm not sure how this works with Ray Spectre in PoE 1, because he's got one skill gem, right? And that's Ray Spectre. How is, I don't even know what it looks like in the menu, or like when I cast the spell, I have no idea how this works. So maybe he'll explain, but.
Warrior, Guardian Turtle, and Warlord. That's right, we do get 4. Warlord will be the last one, so while you've got only 3, run 3. And it is worth noting that you can get a Pale Sephirim and an Arena Master nice and early. And
this means nothing to me. I have no idea what he's talking about.
You make your way up to
what's
4
a charge
specters
monkey
before you can afford to buy corpses for the first time. 2 charge monkeys are pretty good. They'll help you run around faster. You should definitely be using something. If you can't be bothered to get anything, you should absolutely just go grab 3 or 4 of the charge monkeys. The Carnage Chieftains from Act 2. They're amazing. They hand out frenzy charges, and if you have at least 2 of them, they will hand out a ton of frenzy charges so fast that even you're at it.
So wait, does it work like PoE 2 then? You can just kill an enemy and then make them a specter? Is that? Because I thought that was a PoE 2 only thing. But he's talking about going to get the monkeys from Act 2 and make them your thing. But the perfect things came from like Affliction League or something. I don't even know where you get. I think you get them from Ritual now.
Even your SRS.
Man, I got so much to learn. This is why I'm excited to play this, because I don't even know how this works.
The only thing wrong with the path of building is the same thing wrong with the Holy Relic path of building, is that minions have accuracy mastery. We have taken that in the path of building. This won't exist. This will be a minion cooldown recovery mastery. We are still going to be using that cooldown recovery mastery again for our specters. 20% CDR on all of our specters utilities is fantastic. We want it. Okay. So, same thing with the min-max version. Min-max version has a ton of damage, poison cap, well over poison cap, 53 million DPS.
That seems
all the gear in the min-max
insane.
version is very good gear. Obviously, you don't have to do the whole swap at once. You try and get one thing at a time, right? It ends up being very, very tanky. It ends up having a ton of recovery, a ton of life, a good amount of energy shield, and just absolute bucket loads of damage. We have also done the min-max version without the sword. Fantastic. We get to keep all of our quality of life. So, what about our bloodline ascendancies? Okay, we have, as far as I can tell, one good option. Which is good because we have one ascendancy node we don't really need. So we do have Commander in Darkness here. This is quite a nice ascendancy. You will definitely have this early, and you will not be looking to swap to a Blood Mage ascendancy until you have at least your 4 Spectres and some decent gear going on. The reason we're going to want decent gear is because this guy gives 30% all res to you and nearby allies, which means 2 things. 1, I need to find another 90 res, and 2, I'm going to need to put on a 1 minion res roll somewhere. So like my bone ring is going to have to come with minion res as one of its suffixes if I want to be able to replace it. But if we replace it, we can replace it with this beautiful thing right here, which will be pretty damn fantastic for endgame. We're going to have
12% increased defenses per raise spec.
That is only affecting us, but it is really, really, really nice. We're going to have at least 20 of them out all the time. That is 40% attack and cast speed. While mapping, all while bossing, it's going to make us shield charge around faster. It's going to make us have to not stop to cast as long. There's a lot of cast speed to get. But the big one is 12% defenses per raised Spectre. Love that. Defenses in PoE is referring to armor, energy shield, evasion, and I think actually ward as well, but we're not using ward. So that'll end up being 48% increased armor and energy shield.
That's crazy.
There is also this one, which may be useful. 2% increased damage per summoned phantasm. There may be a world where we have 10 phantasms out. Unfortunately, it was impossible for me to test this. So this is something that just maybe we get to use that one as well. Maybe we don't. And it would be in my utility minions. I would be dropping minion life for summon phantasm on kill. Summon phantasm on kill has an on hit component as well. So with 4 specters and an animate guardian, I think there's a decent chance that we might be able to keep phantasms up with that, just to make use of this and get another, what is that going to be, another 20% movement speed.
That's crazy.
Really nice for quality of life. Amazing. Good for speed. But that last bit is a question mark. I do not know whether that will be enough. And if it isn't, I don't think it's worth trying harder to get it. So these 2 nodes, the 2 parts of this node that we benefit from, already worth it on its own. So that's the one I'd be going for. Otherwise, real happy that it turned out so well without the sword. Love that. Really gonna have to play this again at some point myself, because it has been a little while. I keep playing Holy Relic, but this thing is exceptionally high on the
this is a different one.
Especially in the max version.
This isn't the Holy Relic. Okay.
Really quite fun.
This is a different one. I was confused.
That is all I have. I will see everybody next time.
Because they have some similarities. Oh, this is Poison SRS. I was wondering why he was saying he was using the Summon Raging Spirits. But that makes sense. Yeah, the one I'm doing is different. But that one looks crazy too. Okay, this is Ghazi. I don't know what he's going to talk about.
Be here with a Path of Exile 1 and 2 video, I guess, because I wanted to talk about Ray Spectre and a little note about the animated Guardian. The little differences between PoE 1 and 2, because PoE 2
I was
has
just
some
talking
really
about
nice
this.
features when it comes to raising your Spectre. And I want to show you guys how to navigate through the complexity and idiocracy of doing this in PoE 1. So I'm going to show you a little quick rundown of how it works in PoE 2 first. You will first cut a Bind Spectre skill gem, and then you basically go and kill some enemies. And when you click on the Bind Spectre skill, you'll see the spirit cost and the minion, the unit name, and this goes for all of the available units. And then if you click on this one, Lost Man Brute, for example, with the ability, it will now bind my skill gem to become a Lost Man Brute. Now, what I also could do now is I can then summon one of these, and I can click on this little button here and get some information on his stats. Not always 100% accurate, but you can get some information on his stats in-game, all available for you. It'll tell you what you get for increasing the quality, more damage, and what this unit is doing, and I can rebind this. Now, if this minion dies, or if I want to have more of them, I just click this button, and that's how you do it. It's very straightforward, very simple. I can disenchant this gem to get it back to the base Bind Spectre ability. So this is a very, very, very comfortable way of summoning Spectres in general, and this is PoE 2. We've all been very thrilled about this. However, in PoE 1, it's a little different. First and foremost,
A little different.
Spectre information. And let's put a Spectre skill gem in. Here's the Spectre skill gem. Basically tells me nothing. It just says that they have additional accuracy, which is not going to happen after the patch. Some more movement speed, and they have extra resistances, what level the Ray Spectre's unit is based on the skill gem, and how many I can have. That's all the information you have. So how do you summon them then? So first and foremost, we use a Desecrate skill gem. And by using... Oh, there's spell echo in there. So by using Spectre skill gem, I will have what's referred to corpses that's on my Desecrate table. So the Desecrate has an effect where it spawns corpses on the ground, and the corpses will be random of enemies or units that you have summoned or have that exist in the area. Now, in my hideout, there are no such monsters. So the specters or corpses that shows up are corpses that I've had as specters, up to 10 different ones. So in my case, I see some Pale Seraphims, I see some Carnage Chieftains, and I think I saw an Arena Master there. Yeah, that's an Arena Master. As you can see, the name is up here. And the way you check that is to the game function settings. Thank you, J-Rock, for the tier 2 sub.
Again with another tier 2 sub. I guess we'll just have to keep this party rolling.
So in settings and under game, you can see corpse targeting. This is normally set to A. So if I do this, I have to basically hold down A to see this. Now they don't show up here, but if I hold down the A key, now I see it up here. So I like to have that always enabled personally. This will only show up if you have a skill that does target corpses. So this allows me to see, well, I want an Arena Master. Saw one here earlier. I have to hover over it, make sure it says Arena Master, then click the Raise Spectre button on the Arena Master. And as you can see, I now have an Arena Master. It's a bit hard to see without MTXs, I guess, but that is an Arena Master. And that's how you summon one of them. It says I can have maximum of 3. So this is where it gets really tricky, because if you're using a build like I'll be leak starting with Pure Spectres, we actually have Spell Echo as a support gem for the Spectre gem. So let's just move this in here, and I put the Spell Echo in, and let's say, hey, I'm going to want to have an Arena Master. So if I now summon the Arena Master once, see, I got 2 minions.
Oh, no.
I got 2 Arena Masters, actually. But if I only wanted 1, this is not good. So that means that before I summon my Spectres, to unsummon them, you just lift and resocket your Ray Spectre. So for me to make sure I don't get the incorrect minion, I have to first unsocket Spell Echo. Then I have to generate the corpse, see Arena Master, click my Ray Spectre once on that, and now I have 1 of them. I can have 3. So let's say I want 2 Pale Seraphims in this case. Now I have my Spectre army set, right? This means that after I summon them, then I can put the Spell Echo support back to them, and they will have Spell Echo supported. So it's a bit annoying, but make sure that when you do summon your Spectres, you take these away. The Spell Echo away before you summon them. Another thing to point out is normally minion builds uses a weapon that's called a trigger weapon. This is a benchcraft that we find in Act 9 Refinery, in a grate in the ground. You find it in the zone. You get the bench craft, and the bench craft is then shown up here. And in here, you can then craft that for 3 chaos. It's a suffix modifier, and this will trigger spells.
Well, that was my other question. Thanks,
Normally,
Gazi.
we would have Desecrate in the trigger weapon, and we would also have Bone Offering linked after Desecrate, which means that every time I use an ability, it'll first cast the first skill, in this case Desecrate. Next time I use an ability, it uses my Offering, which is consuming those corpses. And the next one in this build is an aura, so that doesn't get triggered. The next time I use it, it will use a Desecrate again. Next time again, we'll use the Offering. Rinse, repeat with an 8-second cooldown. This is quite important because when you want to summon your Spectre, let's say I use an ability, now I have corpses. Let's say I want to summon that Pale Seraphim right there. If I right-click this now, it's going to trigger my Offering. I didn't get my Spectre. It just blew up my corpses instead. This is a little bit annoying. First off, again, just to recap,
God, I'm glad I watched
spell
this.
Echo linked to your race Spectre when you race them. If you don't have enough mana, you might have to turn off some auras to get enough mana to cast it. But take off the spell Echo.
Oh my
don't
God.
Have Desecrate in a trigger weapon. Don't have Bone Offering in a trigger weapon or any offering. Put your Desecrate in any other green sockets, like this one. I can now cast this freely as much as I want to. And then you cast the corpse out, and now I can use the Race Spectre on the correct corpse that I want. Let's say the Arena Master again, and I get one of them. That's how you summon the specific one you want. Why this is important is because there's a... there's no way I'm going to find a corpse here, is there? There are itemized corpses, which is coming from Ritual Mechanic, or you can buy them on trade.
Ritual,
basically,
yeah.
You can find and purchase corpses that are very specific for certain units that do not show up when you desecrate something. We have found the tab. All right, so there's a bunch of different ones of these. So for example,
Found
Perfect
Gazi's
Forest Warrior
closet
is a
of
very commonly
bodies.
used Spectre. Guardian Turtle is also a very common one for most minion builds. The perfect version of this provides extra physical damage mitigation, gives you a determination aura. The Perfect Forest Warrior gives onslaught, for example. So these things are very, very, very common in many minion builds. So I'm going to show you what happens if you happen to have Desecrate in your trigger weapon and or just say the Offering in your trigger weapon. So what would happen here
get
is
consumed
you
and
right-click
lost.
the Guardian Turtle in this example. It creates the corpse on the ground.
That's beautiful.
Now, I've made sure that I don't have Spell Echo linked to my Race Spectre. So when I right-click this for my Race Spectre, I will only get this one. But now I happen to have it Offering in my trigger weapon. So I right-click this. It took another corpse on the ground, and my hard-earned Perfect Guardian Turtle was consumed by my Offering skill. Poof! Like magic, it's gone. This is very frustrating. Now, luckily, with some of the changes coming in 3.27, Spectres are going to be a lot cheaper, or at least we're expecting them to be cheaper. I have wasted about 10 to 15 divines in this last league, and I would consider myself to be somewhat experienced with the game. I have played it a little bit over the past 12 years. You know, I dabble in Path of Exile, and I still make these mistakes every now and then. Now imagine a new player coming into the game having no idea what the fuck they're doing. They might do this quite often.
Yeah, I literally didn't know how any of this worked.
Some of you guys from doing this. Now, how do you prevent this? Remove the Offering and Desecrate from your trigger weapon. You right-click the corpse, creates the corpse. Now, double check that you don't have Spell Echo, that you don't have shit in your trigger weapon that will fuck this up. Then you summon it, and voila. Now I have a Guardian Turtle Spectre, and I get the Determination Aura, and he's slow as shit.
I love the way the Spectres look. I didn't even know what they looked like.
I want a Forest Warrior. But let's say that you have your max number of Spectres summoned. Here's another way to think about this. Again, I have a maximum of 3 Spectres here, so I'll take a Pale Seraphim and an Arena Master. So what happens now is I have 1 Arena Master, 1 Pale Seraphim, and 1 Guardian Turtle. However, the order I summoned them in is the Guardian Turtle is now my oldest summoned Spectre. This means if I summon another Spectre above my cap, so going from 3 to 4, which I can't because the skill says 3, it will replace the oldest summoned unit. In this case, my hard-earned Guardian Turtle. So, how do you fix this problem? Well, to make sure I don't lose my Guardian Turtle when I'm going to add a Forest Warrior to my army, I want to replace the Pale Seraphim what you do in this example is I will make sure, again, no spell echo. I've taken away the offering and my desecrate from my weapon.
This is
I make sure that I have nothing
stupid.
that's going to fuck this up. I will unsocket the Race Spectre skill gem. That will turn these units into corpses on the field. Like this. You see, they're all turned into corpses. I am making sure I'm not going to consume them. To make sure I get the correct order now, I'm going to make sure that I want an Arena Master, a Guardian Turtle, and in this case, a Forest Warrior. That means that I'm going to summon the unit that I don't mind losing if I fuck shit up, which is the Arena Master, because that one I can desecrate. I will then summon the Arena Master. Now I'll take my Guardian Turtle, and now I'll right-click the Forest Warrior that creates that corpse, and I'll right-click that one. Now I have the correct specters that I want to play with.
This
now some changes are happening on Friday.
Dumb. Why did they design it this way? Like, I love GGG, but was this really the only way you could have done that? Like, look at his face. Look at this man's face. He's tired. No wonder Ghazi's so tired as the minion enjoyer. That's crazy. Minions need quality of life so bad. That is wild. Like, I'm glad I watched this video because I'm going to be summoning these, and I would have struggled to just like figure this out 100%. That is crazy.
With a launch of 3.27, so if they die, you're not going to lose them. They will turn into spirits, and when you go back to your hideout, they'll be coming back to life, so you don't have to worry about that. However, the reason I'm able to have 3 specters with a Race Spectre skill gem is because it is level 25 or higher, in this case 26. This is because the weapon, for example, in this example, gives me 2+ levels to it. My helmet gives me +2 levels to it. So if I were to unequip one of these items, my Spectre gem will go below level 25, and therefore I would only have 2 specters.
Oh no.
This means if you change gear to make yourself not able to equip this, your minions will turn into corpses. So you know what to do if this happens. This is very annoying. This is why we praised the changes that were happening to specters in PoE 2. But I want to make sure this is a warning video for people coming into the PoE 1 that don't know this. So if I unequip this, I lost a specter. I lost the Pale Seraphim because I made sure that was my oldest specter, right? Now I only have 2 specters. If you accidentally do this, make sure you don't fuck shit up. So I'm again making sure Spell Echo is not there. I put the weapon back so I can have 3 specters. I make sure there's no triggering with offerings or desecrates. I find the corpse, I right-click it, and I have the guy back. This is extremely frustrating if you happen to accidentally, you know, oh, weapon swap. Oh,
why
shit,
have they not fixed this? This is crazy.
And you keep playing because there's enemies around you, because your offering is automated. You might consume that hard-earned specter. So it's really frustrating. So make sure you don't do this, because this is not going to be saved with the new features that's happening with the specters coming back to life. Because
oh my god,
it didn't die. So that's how you make sure that you go through these processes of not fucking up your summoning of specters. It's very annoying. Once you've summoned everything, you can then put your spell echo back, you can put the offering back, you can put the desecrate back, and now you can play the game.
Oh my
be
god.
careful is basically what I'm trying to say here. Be very careful when it comes to summoning specters and how you operate around them, because the way they have this system set up in PoE 1 is extremely annoying. So normally I would change the keybind for weapon swap if I do this. When you have high enough levels, it's kind of whatever, but make sure you think about that. The level increments for Race Spectre to get another level is level 13 for 2 specters, level 25 for 3 specters, and most of the spectre, well, all spectre builds will be taking this node for yet another one. There's some other things we can do as well, but that's something to think about when it comes to playing the specters in PoE 1. I think I covered everything in there, right? The other part is this gem, a skill right here, the Empower in this case, requires 76 strength. So if I were to, let's say, unequip a bunch of gear, let's see if I can do this. I can't disable that. Okay. But as you can see, if I do this, oops. Well, now I definitely fucked it up, but whatever. So I have 3 specters. And let's say I unequip this ring that gives me a ton of strength and dexterity. It's going to make me not able to use this chest because it requires 126 dexterity because of one of my support gems. So if I unequip this ring, my awakened chain will fuck it up and make me not able to use my chest. In this example, I have the Ray Spectre in my chest. So let's assume that I unequip my ring, and that's gonna make my chest no longer be equipable, but that's where I have my Spectre. Look what happens to my specters if I do that. They turn into corpses immediately. So that's another thing when you're fiddling with your gear and whatnot. So this is why when it comes to playing Summoner in general in PoE 1,
Maybe I
what
don't
I
want to
tend
play
do
the Spectre
is
requiring
when I'm fiddling
build
with
anymore.
gear, I either make sure I keep track of it, or I literally just go to... I have a 1 Spectre summon, as you saw there. I go to a town where minions are not summoned. Come on, loading screen. In towns, my minions are no longer summoned. Now I can do this. I can say, well, I wanted to change position and put that ring there. As you see, it's red, so no longer able to equip it, and I put it back in. And then if I go back to my
that's what I'm going to do.
My specters will still be there. So normally when it comes to the specter in this example, so when it comes to re-gearing and whatnot, when I'm playing with specters in PoE 1, I normally go to a town when I'm changing gear to not have to go through the pain and misery that can happen of accidentally triggering and destroying hard-earned specters that can sometimes cost a lot of currency depending on which one you're using. I almost forgot about the Animate Guardian. I'm sorry. So let me show you Animate Guardian. Same process. If I can find an Animate Guardian. Actually, I can just buy one. Let's see. I'm going to show you the process of Animate Guardian. Give me a red socket. Perfect. Do I have one on this character? Thank fuck. Okay. So here's an Animate Guardian. You use the Animate Guardian skill on the ground, and he will be summoned if he has gear. If he doesn't have gear, the way this guy works, I'm just going to take some items out. He can use a melee weapon. Oh, there's a socket in that one. He can use melee weapons, two-handed or one-handed, or two one-handers, or one-hander and a shield, body armor, helmet, gloves, and boots. That's the gear he can use. So here's a pair of boots. Here's a body armor. Here's a two-handed weapon. Here's a pair of gloves. Here's a helmet. That's an example. So you have to go to an area where you can throw these items out, which you cannot do in your hideout. So normally I go to Blood Aqueducts. And then what I do is Blood Aqueduct is good because I can be in
this is
area,
also annoying.
I toss the item out. I use the Animate Guardian on this item. He's currently wearing, it looks like Windscream or the Sun Clasp or something. So if I use the Animate Guardian on these boots, I can't because the level is too low. So this can only use it on lower item level here. My bad. There's an item level restriction on the level of the Animate Guardian. Normally you wouldn't use it till you're a little higher level, and that normally isn't the problem. But so I toss out the body armor. It's right there. As you can see, he's currently wearing a body armor called Gruthkul's Pelt. There's no way to tell, by the way. You only have the only thing you can look at is the actual 3D art, and I'm pretty sure that's a Gruthkul's Pelt. So I have the chest plate here. I use the Animate Guardian skill on this, and bam, he now is wearing that specific body armor. Let me unequip this.
I don't think I'm playing the minion build. This is awful. I knew it was like annoying in PoE 1. I did not know to the extent that it was annoying. I just knew that you could like lose them, and I was like, nah. But this is so annoying. Every step of this is so annoying. And the number of times I'm playing a character and I like accidentally disable an armor piece or something is like so many times. I do that all the time in PoE 1. Because, you know, you're just like fiddling. You're trying to see like what gear is good, whatever. And then you break. Like, if I also had to worry about this, I would lose my mind. I'm not playing minions. I thought I was going to play that build. Nah, I'm not playing that. We're doing RF. I would rather accidentally die to my own damage than all of this. This is complicated. What the heck is this?
It's in the way. All right, here's a weapon.
I'm curious.
So he's currently not wearing any weapon, but if I use the Animate Guardian on his weapon, he's now wearing the staff. And if I were to use this skill on another weapon, he would replace the one he's wearing, and the one he's wearing is gone forever. You don't get this shit back. Here's a pair of boots, for example. Changing the boots. Now he has the seal greaves. Here's some fish scale gauntlets. Use those. He's now wearing this. He doesn't have a helmet. Let's give him a hat. There you go. That's your enemy guardian. So basically, when you summon your enemy guardian, my recommendation is to take this shit off your action bar. Because if you accidentally click this when you're doing a map, you're going to start replacing gear for him, and that's not something you want to do. Because normally we put specific unique items on the enemy guardian to buff us and whatnot, and you are unable to check the stats and gear that this guy is having. There's no information about this in PoE 1 whatsoever. That's why we have path of building. So this is your enemy guardian. I can see his HP. He has 9.3 thousand HP with this build right now. However, let's pretend he dies. You can unsummon him, or he can die in the fight. Now he's gone. You can then, without having enemy guardian on your action bar, put the enemy guardian back on your action bar, and then click on the ground to resummon him. Don't do this in a map, because if you accidentally replace, like you say you buy a Kingmaker that costs a handful of divines, really good weapon for enemy guardians or high budget builds, and you accidentally hit a little shit-stained weapon on the ground, the enemy guardian is just going to remove his Kingmaker and equip whatever it is you just clicked on. So if he dies, my recommendation is to go to your hideout. Because in your hideout, you can have your minions summoned, but there's no items. So in your hideout, that's where I always resummon enemy guardians to never have this mistake happen.
Oh my god,
I click on the ground with enemy guardian skill, and bam, he is back alive and ready to pump.
You've been doing this for 12 years, Gazi.
Anyways, I don't want to prolong this video too much. I just wanted to make a little warning video to show people the differences between PoE 1 and PoE 2 and how much better PoE 2 is at.
I'm not liking that video because, oh my god, you just saved me so much trouble. Yeah, the fact that you can resummon Enemy Guardian is also relatively new. Because you used to just lose that. Someone in the comments confirmed that. Ugh.
The Genesis tree.
Ugh. I'm not doing that. I don't think. I don't think I have it in me to be doing hardcore and dealing with that. Heck no. That's just too much. I don't think I can handle it. Yeah. Too bad, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna stick with RF. I'm gonna do RF, and then if RF doesn't work out, I'm gonna do Ice Storm. There was also another build that, like, I didn't try because it doesn't turn on until, like, way later, but it was, like, a deck stacking Cyclone build, and I was like, that looks okay. It didn't look super defensive, and I wanted something that was, like, more defensive to play. But yeah, I don't know. And I'm sure honestly, like, in a few days after the league comes out, a bunch of people will come up with fun stuff to do with, like, the new skills and things like that. Like, and also there's still just a ton of builds I've never played, so I could do that, or I could just wing it and do my own stuff. Like, there's plenty of options. But I think I'm gonna do RF because that is another just, like, really big one. Like, it's super popular, and it's never been my league character, so.
In Path of Exile Keepers of the Flame is going to be a way to craft lots of different things in the game. A new crafting system, if you will, and it's a tree that has its own passive tree. And on that passive tree, there's kind of different segments for doing different things. In a way, it kind of reminds me of Expedition, where Expedition was able to offer lots of different things to the player, all rolled into one mechanic. You've got Rog, who crafts equipment for you, Tujen to sell you currency items, and then there's Gwenon for that unique gamble. And in a way, the Genesis tree is doing a similar thing to that. You can craft equipment items if you want, like gear, you know, weapons, rings, amulets, things like that. Or you can actually target craft specific unique items, or you can craft different currency items as well, including some specialized currency that can only come from the Genesis tree. And then there's a section, of course, just to craft graphs, which is going to be the way you actually obtain that new item in 3.27, and that's the...
I want to say that GGG hasn't like this part of this league feels not designed to be permanent, but I don't think they actually said that. But I just look at it, I'm like, it looks too powerful. But then I think of like, we have aspects of other leagues systems like this, like Delve, you can still do that stuff. Like there's a ton of different leagues that we can still use for crafting. So maybe they would just like keep it, but remove components. But also the way that it's separated from things makes me think that it's not intended to be permanent either. Which I think is fine, but I'm actually really excited for this league mechanic. Like Necropolis, when they announced Necropolis, I was like, that's cool. I don't think I'm gonna do much of it because it was like too much for me to even wrap my head around, because you were like manually collecting all these corpses, and then you were like, you had to have a really deep understanding of the crafting system, but also every single time you did it, you had to like reset it up in a super manual way, like walking your character around, putting these things down. It was a ton of like inventory management stuff for the corpses themselves. And this is like, again, you have to, from what they showed, you have to understand crafting. But if you figure it out, you set up the tree and then your tree's set up, you know? Like it's not me walking around a graveyard with an inventory full of corpses or whatever. Like it seems way more convenient.
The borrowed power system for this upcoming league.
And
I
it
did a
looks
whole
stronger.
video yesterday talking about graft skills in particular because they look really interesting. So you can check that one out if you want to. Now over here on PoEDB, we actually have a list of Genesis tree modifiers on the nodes and the notables. And this is not a data mined list because, you know, the patch isn't out yet. That will probably be data mined in the next couple of days. But this is a list that's been compiled from the reveal footage and from the Ziggy D footage and things like that. All that stuff has kind of been compiled here in a list of modifiers that actually relate to the different crafting systems there. So you've got the graft crafting right here, and then further down you've got currency crafting. This is all we know so far for the currency one. And then you've got the equipment crafting, which is a lot more because we've seen a lot more of those nodes, and unique crafting. And one thing that you'll notice immediately about these modifiers is that there is a lot of Necropolis themes going on here. But one thing that I noticed straight away is that even though it has a lot of Necropolis themes going on with the way these modifiers kind of interacting with each other, there isn't the busy work aspect there. That was kind of the real pain point of Necropolis. It was the whole collecting corpses from maps and storing corpses and then going to your graveyard and actually placing the corpses in the ground in the very specific combination to get the most efficient craft.
Yep.
All of that stuff was just absolutely awful in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it looks like this system here on the Genesis tree is removing a lot of that busy work and potentially also removing some of the power, because one of the other problems with the Necropolis crafting, of course, was that it basically
I will say,
invalidates...
to give GG some credit, the Necropolis crafting, because it was manual, was like really fun when people did the really big crafts. Like they would fill every, like, you know, every grave spot with a corpse and do these like huge crafts, and like that was really cool to see. But it did feel like, you know, the 1% of players were even going to do that at all, and then everyone else was just going to sell corpses because it wasn't worth the trouble, you know? Like, you don't understand crafting well enough to do the thing, or you like look up somebody's like super complicated layout to get a chance to get the super thing. Like, it was just, it was neat, and there was definitely something special about it. But I think the other aspects of Necropolis were more fun than the actual graveyard part of it.
A bunch of the other crafting systems in the game because it was just way too powerful. And so far from what we've seen from this, it doesn't look quite as powerful. I'll get more into that in a moment. But one of the other things that we know about the Genesis tree, which is actually confirmed by GGG, is that the Genesis tree itself, the passive tree, will actually be free to respec. So you can experiment a lot with this tree. You can see here, what would it cost to respec points in the Genesis tree? Nothing. Doing so is free. So there's no gold cost, no
you
kind
earn
of
the
regret
points
cost or
once,
anything like
and then
that.
you just
I thought they might
can
do it
change
where
it.
you have to pay graft blood to actually respec the points, but they're not doing any of that. It's completely free to experiment with, you know, different modifiers and things like that, which I think is a really, really good thing to do. So let's discuss the power of the Genesis tree in terms of crafting. And one of the things that immediately comes to mind when it comes to equipment crafting there is the opportunity to actually obtain very early linked items, especially items that you can actually use. Because it's very often the case, you know, you'll see a 5 link fairly early in the campaign. You might see it in, you know, Act 5, but it's just an item that you can't use because it's on a full dexterity base and you're playing a full strength character or something like that. The Genesis tree actually has a method to obtain linked items very, very well, especially highly linked items, 5 links and 6 links. That's because it has these modifiers right here. There's a small node right here which says birth, equipment, roll sockets and links plus 10 times, keeping the best outcome. And then there's the notable there that comes after that one, birth, equipment, roll sockets and links plus 150 times, keeping the best outcome. 160 computed jeweler's orbs there. It goes through all 160 of them, and whatever the highest outcome is, it keeps that. So if it would roll a 6 socket item in those 160, it's going to keep it.
So I assume
then it's going to do the same for fusings, and if it would roll a 5 link...
So I assume what's happening with these, though, since the tree itself doesn't... I honestly, like, watching the reveal, I wasn't, like, looking out for these things. I was just like, what can we do with it? Not how do we do it? But I assume that depending on what your tree looks like, that it might make the cost, the graft blood, I think that's what it's called, that cost more expensive if you're doing a fancier craft. I'm very curious how all this is really going to work, like, because obviously you can't, like, well, I guess you could still use these on a lower level item because the maximum slots is just different for lower level item. But yeah, interesting. I feel like I will actually use this, which is very exciting. Like, I'm excited to actually craft with this. Based on everything we know so far, which is, you know, like, I love the way crafting works, but without, like, literally following a like guide in most cases for the more complicated stuff, I don't really touch it because I'm just like, you know what, I do like basic stuff. Like, I go to the crafting bench and I add a modifier that I need that I was missing because I did a gear swap or something, like, to fill gaps is usually what I use crafting for more regularly, is to fill gaps. And then, like I was saying earlier, like, I need to get better at the vendor recipes because they're super powerful during the campaign. Like, you're able to just get stuff that makes your damage much, much better throughout the campaign if you know the vendor recipes, stuff like that. Or you're able to get a resist that you're missing by, you know, knowing the ring crafts, like all that good stuff. I wish I knew it better because it is really helpful. But this will be really interesting. You know, I've been going kind of fast these last couple of days when we were doing, like, the runs, but I think, honestly, I'm going to do my typical, like, I'm playing pretty slowly that I normally do. Like, I fully expect my 30-plus hour campaign run as per usual. Like, I am very slow. But partially because I like messing with the league mechanic during the campaign. And there's so much more to actually mess with because of the crafting than, like, you think of even Settlers. Like, you basically just, like, you kill the monsters when they showed up in the areas, and then every so often I would go back to the town and I would, like, spend my gold and stuff like that, but it wouldn't, I'm not, like, hanging out there, you know? I'm not, like, making choices really when I was in the King's March.
Or a 6 link as the highest in those 160, it will keep that. So what you're going to see is when you actually get these two together and you start to get slightly higher level, like as soon as you reach, you know, Act 4, Act 5, and you start to do this, you're going to very often get 5 links from this. That was showcased in the Ziggy D video because 160 rolls of fusings is just, that is a lot, right? At that stage of the game, it's ridiculous to be able to have 160 fusings or even 160 Jeweler's Orbs. You just don't have that. And even the crafting bench has a craft to guarantee a 5 link that is 150 fusings, so the chance to actually roll a fusing naturally is probably somewhere around 100 fusings or something like that, maybe 90. So this is going to result in 5 links very, very often, and then of course, depending on how often you can actually do the craft and actually keep trying for this, you are going to see 6 links from it as well the further you go into the game. So that is immediately a very, very powerful thing that you can do with the Genesis tree. If this type of modifier exists on the Genesis tree for equipment, then there's a lot of potential there for crafting good gear. And one thing that I want to kind of highlight here is the option there to be able to craft a good weapon. Let's say you're playing a slam build and you want a physical damage two-handed axe. Well, there's ways that you can kind of isolate that option. You know, you can make it have a higher chance there to actually craft the weapon in the first place. Then you can make it have a higher chance to actually have a strength requirement, which, you know, is going to favor axes a little bit more there. And then, you know, you can exclude intelligence requirements if you want to, and you can have a higher chance here to actually make it a two-handed weapon rather than a one-handed weapon. And then you have 400% increased chance for physical modifiers. Well, here's the problem with that node there. Even though it's going to make it a lot higher likelihood that you actually get those physical modifiers, the problem is the weighting of the modifiers. You can actually have a look here that, you know, we have 3 physical modifiers on the prefixes, and there's some physical modifiers on the suffixes there that you probably don't want. But the problem is actually getting those high tier modifiers, because the higher level those modifiers get, the lower weight they get. You can see here that these modifiers up here, 1,000 weight each, but the highest tier modifier, 25 weight. This is why that isolating the modifier rating of Necropolis was so powerful, because it was able to actually make those higher level modifiers have a higher weighting relative to what else is there available in the pool. And so if you're not able to actually exclude specific modifiers from the pool, you're very often going to end up with an item that has the correct modifiers on it, but they're not very high tier modifiers, so they're not something that you're actually looking for. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what's going to go on there, but obviously there are going to be ways to actually obtain good items with this tree. For example, you can influence the tree to actually craft boots that then have a specific attribute that then also roll movement speed, and you can make it so that there's a reduced chance for elemental modifiers here. For example, 80% reduced chance for fire, lightning, and cold, which means that if you're crafting a dexterity pair of boots, then the suffix may have a higher chance to roll spell suppression, for example. So there are ways that you're going to be able to influence this to actually craft very powerful items, but just based on what we've seen so far, it doesn't look like it's going to be as powerful as Necropolis grave crafting, which I think is actually a very good thing. Now, one of the other parts of the Genesis tree is actually the unique crafting, which is another kind of subsection of the tree. I believe that the points are not shared between the trees. I may be wrong on that, but this is a different tree in and of itself, and this one actually allows you to craft unique items, and then you can do a kind of similar thing where you're targeting specific unique items. And one thing that I think is going to be really powerful about this is target farming specific uniques at a specific item level, because we know that you're going to have an input item that you actually put into the tree, and that input item has an item level on it. So anything of that item level and lower can actually be crafted. Let's say it's a level 30 item. Well, that's not going to be able to be a Mage Blood because it's not higher.
I guess it makes sense that you're just actually creating uniques this way. I wasn't even thinking of it that way. I was just thinking you were modifying uniques. I didn't realize you were... I mean, I guess it is birthing items, so I guess it makes sense. But I was thinking you were modifying a unique, but you're birthing a modified unique. So is that just like crazy for SSF then? Because you could just... They did say it's not every unique is in here. But then they followed up them saying it's not every unique by bringing up boss uniques. So is it every unique that's not a specific location unique drop? Like, is it all the uniques that just drop anywhere? Is it all of those uniques? Because that'd be crazy. Like, having another way to farm those is wild. And target farm them is wild. That I don't actually know. Hold on, let me see it real quick. I don't actually know if the RF build, I'm assuming it uses uniques. Let's see. Eventually it does. It uses immortal flesh. Let's see. Eventually we use Cloak of Flame. Sure. That makes sense. Annihilation's approach, dragon scale boots. Approaching flame skill. Okay. And Kalandra touch ring. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, but I was just thinking, like, yeah, you could get access to uniques easier, potentially. And not only do you get access to unique easier, but you could get a unique that's better than the one that drops, because you could replace a modifier with something that maybe you want even more.
Enough eye level. And that means that you're going to be able to potentially target farm specific low level uniques. For example, let's say you're playing through the campaign and you want to get a Cloak of Flame. Well, that's a level 18 item there, and it's pure int, and it's also a body armor. So you can go over to the Genesis tree here and you can see, 1000% increased chance for birth unique items to be a body armor, and then you have 300% increased chance for intelligence requirements. And then the actual item that you input there could be, let's say it's a level 20, item level 20, which means that it can't give you anything above item level 20. And that's going to massively slim down the pool of items that it can actually give you. And then even beyond that, you can kind of combine this with trying to get, rarer unique items, because then beyond that, you can see which, and then body armor here, you see an item there, and it's pure.
Reflect fire damage to melee attackers, 40%. Reflect 100 fire damage to melee attackers, 40% of physical damage taken as fire damage, increased ignite duration. Well, you wouldn't want this to be modified if in RF. You want all of these in RF. Unless there's something that's crazy strong, like is basically the same thing but stronger, I guess.
Or int and then the actual item that you input there could be, let's say it's a level 20, item level 20, which means that it can't give you anything above item level 20, and that's going to massively slim down the pool of items that it can actually give you. And then even beyond that, you can kind of combine this with trying to get, rarer unique items, because there's this one here, which is birthed uniques are rolled an additional time, keeping the rarest outcome. Now, what that means is that it's essentially lucky for unique rolls.
Sure.
When the unique actually gets crafted and dropped onto the ground right there, it's going to roll the item an additional time, so you're essentially getting 2 rolls there, and whichever has the rarest outcome is going to be the item that's actually obtained. And then you could even combine that with this one here, and when that actually procs, both of those items are going to roll an additional time, so you essentially get 4 rolls, and you're going to get the 2 rarest outcomes of those 4 rolls. And you can kind of roll all of this in together. For example, Ralakesh Impatience are a very rare pair of boots. I believe they're a tier 1 unique, but once again, this is a level 36 item, and you can do a similar thing there where you kind of isolate the attributes, which is strength in, and you can isolate it being a pair of boots. So, you can choose this one here and you can do strength and in, and then you can do this one to try and get a rarer outcome. And one thing that I do want to note about the unique thing is obviously later on into the game, a lot of people are going to be going for Foulborn unique items, which is this new reward that's coming into the game in 3.27. Foulborn uniques are essentially a unique where a modifier has been removed and a new one has been put on there. And these are not random, they actually have been created by GGG, and I think they said there's going to be at least 100 of them, so not that many in terms of the overall pool of uniques. There's a lot of unique items in Path of Exile, 100 is actually not that many. And they already specified that some of the boss items will not be obtainable as Foulborn items, which doesn't include the Breach ones, because some of the Breach items are actually going to come specific.
Oh. Was what I was quoting was them just talking about Foulborn uniques, but you could get any unique not Foulborn and not boss drop from this system? Interesting.
From the tree, and we've already seen a few of those in the reveal. But when it comes to foul-born items, the interesting thing is going to be we're likely to get a data mine on which ones are good, and then obviously as the league progresses, you're going to have people actually target farming the specific ones which are either valuable in Trade League, or in SSF they'll be target farming the one that they actually want to use in their build. But this one here is really interesting. Foul-born unique items have a 20% chance of multiple foul-born modifiers. The crazy thing here is we know that there's not going to be that many foul-born items, so how many of that subset are actually going to have 2 foul-born modifiers? You might actually find that you're able to target farm foul-born items with 2 modifiers really, really well, because there's just not many of them at all. So obviously, to actually get this, you need to hit the double roll, and that is...
Also, what he said about them being handcrafted was something I didn't really realize. Like, when we were watching the reveal, I was just thinking like, oh, there's like a pool of modifiers that are foul-born modifiers, and they can show up on any unique that they apply to. But now I'm understanding that that's not really the case. It makes more sense that there are foul-born roles for specific uniques, which makes them better. Like that means that you're more likely to get something good for somebody instead of just like random trash that nobody cares about when it comes to these uniques. Which I think is nice, because like a unique you shouldn't get a unique and be like, that's literally worthless. Even in the case where you're crafting it, I feel like you shouldn't, like, obviously people are still gonna feel that way sometimes, but like I feel like, because if they're doing it handcrafted like this, that means everything that drops somebody could use for a build, which is cool.
Only if there can be a foul-born item in that case, then you actually need to hit the 20%. So this is not going to happen all that often, but if there's, you know, a particular foul-born you want to go for that has 2 modifiers, and there's nothing else that can be rolled in that subsection of items with, you know, particular requirements and a particular equipment type and things like that, you may find that you can actually target farm these quite well if you get lucky and actually roll that outcome. Now, one of the other parts of the Genesis tree is the currency, which is the one we kind of have the least information about. It kind of looked like this is going to be able to give you some extra basic currency here and there. Of course, we're going to see the Reddit posts of people getting a bunch of divines from this, I'm sure, or a mirror or things like that. But overall, this kind of part of the tree looks probably the least interesting to me, at least. There are some things that you're going to be able to do with this. There are new currency items that only come from this part of the tree. For example, there are currency items that actually...
Oh, also, this is random, but one of the build ideas that I haven't actually looked into, like, how it would do it, but I saw, like, a few leagues ago, someone made a build that was just a lightning warp build, and they just lightning warped around to do mapping and stuff. And I forget what they did for single target, but ever since I saw this, like, that looks so much, it looked like so much fun, because basically your movement skill was how you killed stuff. So you just spammed lightning warp and you killed everything. I don't think it was a particularly tanky build, so I would want it to be tanky. But now that we have that other skill that I'm obsessed with, the what was it called? Like summon lightning something, like it was summoning lightning minions that basically act like Arc, but they're minions. It'd be super cool to proc those minions off of like lightning warp and just like zoom around, and your minions are zooming around. Like, I imagine that that'd be a lot of fun. I don't know if there's a way to make that work, and I'm not great at making things work, but yeah. So maybe one of the things will mess around with at some point is that idea. Like if I manage to get somewhat far with a character and then it dies, I might re-roll and try to do something with that.
Only interacts with the grafts. The grafts, you won't actually be able to craft them with normal currency items. You will have to use ones from the tree, and therefore this is always going to be a useful section of the tree to actually interact with, because those currency items presumably are going to be quite useful, especially into the end game where people really want to min-max their gear. So there's always going to be that use case for the currency part of the Genesis tree there, but there's also another type of currency item that is brand new in this patch, and they're kind of similar to the greater or perfect currencies from PoE 2, although they have different wording and meaning. Because even though they look very similar, they don't work the same way. So the ones in PoE 2, the greater and perfect currency items, they actually say that you can't get a modifier under this specific level, whereas in Path of Exile 1, these new currency items are basically saying that there's a higher chance to receive higher level modifiers. So they essentially work more like fossils do in PoE 1, where, you know, they'll say a particular tag has a higher chance, and therefore it has a higher weighting relative to everything else. That's basically what's going to happen. It's going to pump up the weighting of these higher tier modifiers. We don't know by how much, but it's going to make it more likely for you to get higher tier modifiers. And then for the graph crafting, we don't know just yet exactly what graphs are going to be able to roll in terms of the modifiers and things like that, but this is going to be a way to be able to exclude those modifiers, so you can get generally higher quality graphs overall. And speaking of quality, there's the other kind of terminology there for quality in Path of Exile, which is the quality on items. And this notable here gives quality on the graft. And I kind of took this existing as we can't put quality on a graft in any other way. I mean, maybe there's a currency item to do that comes from the tree. But this is going to give graphs a random amount of quality when they're actually crafted.
You can get the currency item from the tree.
As a stat on graphs makes it so that you can actually obtain more graph's blood and store more graph's blood before you actually have to go back to the tree. Now, one of the other things on the graft tree is chance for womb gifts to birth an additional graft, and this actually goes way over 100%. So I'm not sure what's going on here. Usually with this type of modifier in Path of Exile, going over 100% wouldn't actually do anything, but in this case it might be possible to actually craft 3 grafts at once, or even 4, depending on how much of this is actually available on the tree. But we're not sure of that just yet. I would say that it's likely that these are just positioned in different places of the tree, and that's why there's several of them here. You're not really expected to get all of them all at once, so that's probably what's going on, and it actually does cap our 100%. But overall, the Genesis tree, it looks so much better than Necropolis grave crafting, so, you know, that's a great thing. And I'm looking forward to interacting with it in the upcoming patch.
Very good. Yeah, interesting. What is this? Bleed bone shatter. Oh, okay.
Hi, Cicerin here with yet another League starter for 327 Keepers of the Flame, and this is Bone Shatter of Complex Trauma.
What a name.
This is a really solid hardcore SSF build, so obviously it'll work well for softcore as well. It is a good starter, and the fact that it is SSF viable means that you don't need to rely on the economy or trade crashing or anything like that, and you will be able to pull off this build no matter what. It is a super tried and tested build, and this is something that can do Ubers even on hardcore, but it is still more of a League starter. A lot of people use this build to start as your first build, make a bunch of divines on day 1, invest into the build if you really like it, or if you see something pop up with the new bloodline ascendancies, pivot into something else with all the money you've made from having a strong starter. If you find our builds useful for League start, please consider subscribing and sharing the build. It helps us out a lot. You can also find this build on Maxroll for those that like written guides with super in-depth hand-holding and a little bit extra, so make sure you check that out. We put a lot of work into that as well. If the video guide doesn't help you enough, then you do have,
you know, I actually, when I played Bone Shatter, when I first played
we are using Path of Building for this, a third-party software that is pretty much mandatory.
And I just figured it out or whatever. I played with controller. And I really liked it. But then every other build I've ever played in PoE 1, I hate playing on controller. But that first time I playing on controller is part of the reason I think I got through the game, because it just made it feel like way more casual to be using a controller. Yeah, it felt great to play Bone Shatter with the controller.
For PoE1, you really do want to use this. It's a really good calculator, and we make it very easy to follow. We do step by.
That's
Hello
cool.
And welcome, Exiles, to my plan for the League start or lack thereof I'm thinking about doing a Cobra Lash Poison Assassin. The angle of scaling
Cobra
is
Lash.
going
Oh,
to
Assassin.
be Nightblade and Perfect Agony. My thought process is pretty simple. They gave us access to all damage can poison. Essentially, it allows you to scale your poison based on flat elemental. In my mind, this represents a pseudo original sin to some extent. It bridged the access point of elemental scaling and poison and lets you combine them. And I think this is the biggest driving factor of if you're going to click an assassin, this is why you would do it. So I want to build around that. It's the new thing, and I'm curious. I have not played Cobra Lash previously, and it seems like it's a decent skill in terms of clear possibilities because it has a lot of built-in chains, and if you get extra proj, it should feel pretty good. That's the baseline thought process. Don't overthink it. Now, this character I made a buy list for. You can get this with the Better Trading extension, which works on Chrome, or you could look at somebody who made a backport for Firefox. It is in the notes section right here. All you got to do is click, make sure you drag over the entire column or row, Control C, and then go to import. This will give you the entire listing. There's some rare weighted sum searches. There are some unique items. I would level 30 added lightning support because we Monk Elementalist moves ailments on
damage. That one, for example.
The Grey Winds Howl. Apparently there's a graft that removes ailments on you to then give you damage. What would that synergize with? Well, it would synergize with a self-chill, self-poison assassin. It would work perfectly. So I think that's really interesting. Potentially, we don't know. He didn't give us a showcase of what that looked like, so I don't know what kind of multipliers on it. But it's one of the more interesting sounding graphs, so it could pair pretty well with that. And I think, hey, that'd be interesting. So yeah, that's some of my brief thoughts on it. Ultimately, I can't promise this character will be good. I have in the notes section something that literally says, hey, if it's fun to you, maybe you'll enjoy it, but I can't promise anything. I'm winging this. Part of the fun for me is not perfectly testing a build, playing it beforehand. I like to play builds for the first time as much as I can, right? I'll do some initial leveling, test run, stuff like that, but I don't like to set up an endgame character because it ruins the chase of putting a character together, for me, at least. And so that's the way I like to do it. So play at your own risk. That's my word of caution. I will be doing daily updates. Usually I make a build that's pretty good, but I just want to caution you that your access point to flat damage for the claws is completely contingent on getting a claw that doesn't suck. In my entire run, I was struggling to find a claw that didn't suck. This was the best claw I found. For context, with my gems being level 15, a level 15 Anger or Wrath would provide the exact same base damage. So if I had all damage poison and I clicked Wrath right now, my character's damage would literally double. So my thought process is probably going to have to be a Peacock leveling run up until Cruel Lab, at which point we could see, hey, did we find a decent flat Ellie Claw? Yes, we did. We'll do a respec. So in the POB, I do have a leveling tree if you want to play Cobra Lash the whole way through. This is basically what I did yesterday, is this tree right here. But I have a Peacock level 54 tree to showcase.
It seems a shame
you
to
don't
not
want to run Cobra.
It seems like a shame not to play Cobra Lash all the way through if you're doing this, since it's a very early skill. I think you can get Cobra Lash like from the very first skill selection off the beach.
I do not have a big end game tree fleshed out, but I will be making daily updates like I.
Cool. That's cool. I think that's cool. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do RF. I just think that's new for me, an interesting challenge to figure out. I still have no idea how I'm supposed to make sure that I don't just kill myself. Like, I felt very blind once I turned it on in the little like practice run I was doing of like, how much leeway do I have right now? You know, like how much regen over the necessary regen for me to sustain am I at this moment? And I feel like that's going to be the thing I'm going to need to learn to make sure I don't die. because it won't even just be like, oh, I'm literally my health is dropping. Because I feel like that I can probably avoid. Just be like be a little bit careful. Just change my gear when I'm in a safe place, right? But what I'm more worried about is that if I have significantly reduced my survivability without noticing, because I've lowered how much overcapped I am on life regen, because it is such I don't think I've ever really played a character where their survivability was so strongly in the regen portion. So I don't know. I'm still just not very great at PoE, but I love trying to get better at it. I think that's one of the reasons I love PoE, is that like it's like school. It's like learning, right? Like learning stuff is just fun to me. And learning stuff that's completely useless is even more fun. It's even more fun than learning something actually useful to me. That's what I think. So that's why PoE is fun to me, because I'm just learning learning skills that are only applicable to playing PoE. It's just absolutely silly. It's a good time, right? Anyway, let's see. Are there any other videos I want to watch? Oh, we should watch some POX stuff. If I'm gonna play RF, let's see if there's any updates from POX. All right, we'll look at his changes video. Let's look at what he thinks of the bloodlines. All right. Let's look at this. All right, so we'll look at these in order. Hold on.
There's a few smaller quality of life.
Oh, no, this is just him responding to. Okay. All right. 3.27 righteous fire changes. Post the link in chat.
Why, hello and welcome everybody. Also good morning. So today I wanted to go ahead and jump into the typical 3.27 righteous fire changes. Now, a few things to state. Righteous fire and fire trap, numerically nothing happened to them in this patch. So considering we've been nerfed almost like 7 leagues in a row, let's just consider that a buff. With that being said, there are maybe like 3, 4, 5 things to kind of talk about with some stuff that...
Is Vertex not in the raid? Oh, he's right there. I see him. He's just trapped. There he goes. I think he was just trapped behind a wall. Is he healing? I don't know what he's doing. Oh, he's doing the sail animation. I don't think he's actually damaging him. But he's supposed to. I think it's just bugging out. Yeah. Welp. Well, at least raids don't last very long, so I'm not too worried about it.
That might make some actual impacts on the build.
Oh, but you used a scroll, didn't you? Oh, I'm sorry.
So we're going to go ahead and jump right on in there. And then at the end, I have kind of like a little list here that is not necessarily righteous fire specific, but notable stuff in the patch notes themselves. There's like a million things. I only grabbed a couple of them. But let's get started. First off, in the league, in the new league mechanic, the Breach 2.0, basically, we are going to get these new back attachments. The reason I bring a little bit of info towards them is that they're unscalable. This is a good thing and a bad thing. This is a good thing because it's unscalable. The only thing you could really do is, like, I think shred a target's resistance or you know, make them shocked so they take more damage, things like that. This is good though because RF typically gets sabotaged here because we're playing a spellcaster build that doesn't scale spell damage but also does ignite, but it's not an ignite build, dot dot question mark. So usually we get kind of shafted with things like this because we don't scale correctly. But because this
Am
is
I not supposed to scale
unscalable, I'm hoping
spell
that it might
damage?
actually provide
Oops.
like a decent level of damage, right? So this one pops out to me right now like the Heart of Flame one. It's fire oriented. We have, you know, mobs have -20 fire. It's like a guard skill as well. So just kind of something cool to play around with. We're going to get a little bit of stuff. You're going to get up to 2 of these as like back attachments as skills you can use. Now, one of the other ones that a lot of people are asking about, this is the Red Dream Jewel. Before people, you know, look further, this thing is going to be ridiculously expensive. You know, whether it's 100 divines, 250 divines, a mirror, nobody knows. This thing can give upwards of 40, 50, 60% increased maximum life if paired with tattoos in proper locations. For people who have played like this Fallen version, like when I think it's Settlers, when I was playing like my Hateful Accuser version, we actually used Red Nightmare. Red Dream, Red Nightmare, I don't remember. Basically, you put on the tree, you slap tattoos around it. The tattoos count as fire resistance, and then you can kind of double dip its use. So this combined with tattoos can give ridiculous amounts of life. So, you know, I could see life builds getting a nice chunk from this, somewhere around 1k, 1.3k, 1.4k life, depending on like your investment of the character. Definitely like a nice chase item, right? Then there's a few more things to talk about in terms of like items themselves. There's I think one more, and that would be the change to Nebulous. So Nebulous drops off of Uber Cortex, known as one of the easiest Ubers, and they basically changed Nebulous now. So instead of it being cold and lightning,
Oh, hey, we beat it.
It now grants 5 to 10% LE damage per 1% fire, lightning, or cold res above 75.
Oh, that's really good for
The way I
RF,
read
right?
this is if you have 90 max fire, that would be 15, right? So 75 to 90 is 15. 15 times the top end of 10 is 150. Because our cold and lightning is also 90, because we're RF Chieftain, that is now 150 times 3, giving a total of 450 LE with perfect rolls. There's a lot of speculation here. Some people are saying it only counts 1 res, but that wouldn't make sense because that would only be 150% LE. 150% LE damage on a scepter that drops off an Uber is weaker than simply crafting a blue scepter with a fire damage roll and a fire multi roll. So I don't
imagine if it because he's assuming it's only counting up to cap. What if it counts uncapped? He's assuming because you can raise your cap to 90, but if it counts uncapped, that'd be crazy.
really believe that that's the case. Some people are speculating that this roll right here is individual, so you have to roll 5 to 10 on fire, lightning, and cold, which could make a little bit more sense, but that would be a pain in the ass. And also, this specifically says elemental damage. It doesn't say fire, ice, or lightning. So because it says Ellie, it makes me believe that it just drops and it's rolling the 5 to 10%. We'll see. If this is the case and it is just a 450 Ellie weapon, this is a very good mid-game weapon, especially for people who don't like to craft. I could potentially see this being used in the end game as well with like Adorn setups, but that's much more expensive because Adorn you're stacking fire multi and life. You're not really stacking as many increases, so this kind of really is nice. And then you also get double magnitude of implicits. That is already adding a bit to what we don't really know right now, so I'm not going to talk about the implicits too much, but the implicits can be pretty nice. All right. With that being said, just a recap, no RF changes, no changes to Fire Trap, so I like that a lot. I would have liked a buff, obviously. They did buff Fizz Dot, but that's okay. Another thing I'd like to explain is that if you played Mercenary League on RF, and you were just the average casual, your build actually was nerfed in Mercenary. RF did not scale very well off of Mercenary, so most of the time you were just actually making the content more difficult. There's a lot of controversy over that, but I've played a lot of RF, and unless you were really in the end game and using a Mercenary with Malevolent stacking, you kind of were getting nerfed. So right away into this league mechanic, everything should already feel better, and it does feel like a league mechanic oriented with some level of juicing. So I'm excited for that. There is definitely some bossing, but we'll get into that. So, starting at the top from the notes. Added 5 new stash tab affinities for incubators, scouting reports, ritual items, sanctum tomes, research, and settler items. Always a big fan of stash affinity. I like having less downtime in between my maps, so very happy about that. This is one of the things I wanted to talk about specifically regarding RF Chieftain, and even other ascendancies for RF. Bloodlines. Added bloodline classes to the base game as a new means of character customization in the endgame. These are secondary ascendancy classes that are unlocked on a character-by-character basis through defeating specific endgame bosses. Bloodline classes can be paired with any ascendancy class that are allocated on your normal ascendancy passive skill points. You can now decide how many points to allocate on your original ascendancy and how many for your bloodline. There are 10 bloodline classes to discover. Your bloodline hunt to unlock your bloodline, hunt down the endgame boss whose power you desire and defeat them to claim their power for yourself. So, in an instance here, I'm going to just open Path of Building and kind of explain the thought process. There's a lot of the times when you're playing a build, you're playing an ascendancy, and you're only using like 3 of the 4. Most of the time you are going to use 4 of 4, but sometimes that last one is not as important. So in regards to Righteous Fire Chieftain, right? What we like to take is, I'm a big fan, I go Salo at the beginning, and then I go Explode, and then I go Ramako, and then I go Valako. Now, TLDR, this is your explosion. You're not really replacing this. This is the main reason to play Chieftain. Then you have Salo Cleansing Water, which is also pretty nice. Makes it so your fire res caps your other res. You've got Valako, which is giving you the ability to hit 90 max all res. So you hit 90 max fire, you have 90 all. Ramako is very good for league starting because you don't have to worry about fitting in exposure, you don't have to worry about fitting in scorch, you don't have to worry about pushing dual curse, etc. But Ramako is a double-edged sword. It is fantastically good for mapping, for bypassing elemental resistance modifiers on targets, but it is really bad for bossing because bosses you fight in a fixed environment, thus allowing you to shred the resistance way more than you normally would with Ramako. So I could see an endgame variant where we drop Ramako Sun's Light in the, when we're very high level and we can snag a bloodline ascendancy. Although we don't know them yet, they've only teased 3 of them. They teased 3 of them, and of the 3, I wouldn't say that those were really very appealing to us, but there's 10 in total. So hopefully there is some fire-oriented one or a damage over time-oriented one that we could snag, because that would be really nice for Chieftain. Then we would have an actual damaging node. Right now we have no damage nodes, so that's something I'm very excited for to see. Also for like RF Inquisitor, for RF Inquisitor you take like Sanctuary, Pious Path, Augury, and then you are taking Providence, but Righteous Providence doesn't really provide much, so there's another example of opening a slot, right? Very excited to see what we can do with that. Okay, the Feared Invitation has now changed. Instead of Cheula and Atziri, it's Awakener and the Incarnation of Dread. That's kind of interesting. Ball Breach has been disabled. Gravicious in Transportation has been nerfed. Gigantic Rogue Exiles are no longer revived as Gigantic Rogue Exiles in Ritual. Drowning Orbs no longer drown the player faster when they have sources of debuffs on, so that's kind of sick. Spell Suppression has been nerfed. Warden Barkskin no longer has Mana Reservation. The Ashcaller Unique Ashcaller Unique Wand is now found in a Goat Horn base type. This is just good for leveling if you were like twinking out a character. Goat Horn has like flat fire on it, so just a tiny buff for leveling in Act 1. We already covered the Nebulous change. Now this one is actually kind of like we're going to call this a sneaky buff for RF. Adjusted the Incarnation of Dread, Incarnation of Fear, and Incarnation of Neglect. These were the 3 bosses they put out last league. What they did is they made it so they have less life, but more damage. That's good, because as RF, we have good defenses, we don't have good damage. So I will actually call this a buff. We're coping, anything that we can get for a buff is ideal here.
That's funny.
Malachi the Nightmare should now more reliably remove invuln phases. This, I always encounter this, I'm sure everyone does when you're in Act 4, and you're fighting Malachi, and his HP bar goes like into the invulnerable state on like the first phase, and then it never goes away. That's finally being fixed.
Finally, let's
go.
There's
one more change. This was not in the patch notes, but in the Q&A with Ziggy D, Mark, and Jonathan, they were talking about how breach rings have been reworked, and now I don't know exactly what they said, someone will have to maybe quote it, but it sounded like they said that the breach rings now inherit like a base type, so they can be like Zoth, they can be Esh, they can be Tool, and now the implicit gives max res. As a chieftain, that would be kind of cool, because max fire is max all. I don't know how this would work in the end game when you're doing like a cog work, but I could see this as like maybe somewhere in between. So thought that was kind of interesting. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Pretty simple patch notes, but at the same time, we didn't get nerfed, so I'm always happy. You know, of recently they nerfed Fire Trap. Before then, they buffed monster endurance charges. So then, well, they changed endurance charges, so they are better for us, but also we do less damage when mobs have them. Before that, they took away RF space damage. Before that, they took away burning damage on scepters. So I mean, it's been a nightmare for us. So finally, for once, we come out positive here, boys. Anyway, that's pretty much. Why? Hello and welcome, everybody. Also,
Okay, and then the Bloodlines came out, so he's.
Cover all of the.
We'll find out if any of these look good.
People have been asking a lot about them. Spoiler ahead of time: there's not really anything crazy for like beginning or entry level RF. There may be some for some endgame variants, but I don't really know about chieftains specifically. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna break down everything so it's easy to understand. Before we get started, though, I do want to state that the RF Chieftain League Start is currently available for players. All you got to do is come over here, hit the League Start one right here, come over to POB, click Import, and paste it in. By doing this, you're going to get access to the POB. Make sure you navigate with the loadout feature.
Cool.
And I kind of went through and buffed up the notes to sync the level.
It's a great POB
with this over here. So that way, if you're confused at any point, so say you're confused at the 81 and 90, you can kind of scroll down. Actually, I have to change this one to 81 and 90, but yeah, you can kind of scroll down. You can kind of see the information over here. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go ahead and jump into Bloodlines. So they first teased these three that we saw on the live stream reveal. So we're going to cover these. And then they showed an additional 6 of them. So that means there is still technically one left. So
the breach one.
But we'll get into it. So let's get started. The first one, which is going to be like the ultimatum guy. I actually think that this ascendancy does have some merit, but the problem is that this ascendancy is based all around Vol skills, and Vol skills, specifically Vol Righteous Fire, is a bit dangerous to use for new players. It does nuke like 70% of your life. I can see this extremely good for the Scion version I played last league, but that version I think is harder to craft at endgame, and also not really league start viable, so that's one thing to take note of. So this ascendancy, you get 1 Vol Soul per second if you go this route, and then over here you can choose one of these 3. So this is like reduced soul gain prevention, less souls per use, chance to regain. I don't think we really need this for RF. This one would be okay because you do 1% more damage per soul, requires 40% extra soul, and you can store an extra use. The store an extra use is good. And then this one is also nice, where you get skill effect duration in KoE. These are both very good because, again, Vol RF does a lot of damage to you, so keeping it up longer would be pretty nice. This is not too bad, but to replace the Chieftain Ascendancy node Ramako Sun's Light, I don't really know. Maybe something endgame, maybe something designed more for mapping, not really sure. Nothing really like obvious that clicks. Over on the left side, you have the 8% life node, and then you have some really nice stuff with like Corruption's Embrace. Unfortunately, one of the better ones, which is the last one, the Blood Barrier, while on full life, you can go up to like 30% over life, but you get 50% less life regen. So, little counterintuitive, but in general, a very cool ascendancy. I really like it. Just, unfortunately, you know, we kind of get the short end of the stick there. Moving on to this one, I think this is the Oshabi one. This one is kind of cool. This is like a full Unleash build. Doesn't work for us as RF. Doesn't really provide anything. Over here we have Rage. Unfortunately, again, nothing. And then over here you have Elusive. I don't know of really any right side tree Elusive Righteous Fire builds, so doesn't really help us there. Over here we got King in the Mists. This one is kind of interesting. So this comes from Ritual. Unaffected by curses, no amulet. That's bad because that's like our +1 dot multi, etc. Potentially defines a destiny. Unaffected by poison, utility flasks are disabled. I will never drop my flasks. Movement speed and speed is kind of everything for me in PoE 1, so that one is a really tough one to drop. And then over here, unaffected by bleeding, cannot use belts. Now, that is a big source of regen, whether you're going Immortal Flesh, whether you're going Crafted Stygian Vice, or you're going Mage Blood, that's a really hefty price to pay. And the bonus would be +1 ring. So, I don't know, not the biggest fan of this. Maybe there's some crazy stuff you can do later in the game, but at the moment, not so sure. Over here, you got 8% max life, and then basically chaos theme stuff doesn't really help us. All right. Moving on to the newer ones that they revealed, starting with the first minion one. Okay, so let's start from here.
The first minion one.
25% Warcry speed, not too bad for like Enduring Cry. And then you do 80% minion damage if you've Warcried recently. An argument can be made to use this with Spiritual Aid, but that seems inconsistent for me. I'm not a big fan of it. It's also only 80% minion damage. It's not the most in the world, so I'm not really sure. Over here, we have 25% minion damage, and then summon a Spectral Tiger on crit. We don't really benefit off that, nor do we crit. And then the last one is this one here. So minions have 25% increased max life. Maximum number of raised specters is 1. Now, there's an argument to be made from some people, but not really for me, that some people want to try using this because Fertile Will, for example, gives you 100% increased damage and 3% regen and cannot be stunned. But when your Spectre dies, it's dead. It won't really come back until the next instance, to my knowledge. I'm not really trying to play a minion Righteous Fire build. It's also, like, the fact is you're going to have to use a Spectre gem. You're going to have to put, like, I don't know what defensive supports they have, but you're going to have to support it that way. And I'm going to be honest, I don't like splashing minions into every build I play because of the buffs they give. Not the biggest fan of it. I just got away from mercenaries, and I don't want to add more clunk into my, like, archetype, you know? So
Yay.
that's kind of like
Thank
one
God.
big thing. This one doesn't really matter too much, so... Okay, moving on to the next one, Lycia. So this one is from Sanctum. So this one right here is giving you 25% chaos damage. Also, sorry, I'll hover over this. I don't know if I was covering this. I didn't see the webcam, just so people can see it. You can see here it is the 100% increased damage and 3% regen rate. Okay, moving on. So over here on the right, we have the 50-50-50 conversion to chaos with the 25% chaos damage. Doesn't help us as RF. Over here we have the 10% increased effect of curses, and then on the left side here we have Bitter Heresy, which is basically changing our consecrated ground into profane ground, allowing us to trigger malediction for increased damage. Kind of, but then you're also giving up your 6% life regen rate and curse effective like reduction, so I don't know, not the biggest fan of that. And then you also have to do Sanctum on top of that.
And then you have to do Sanctum. True.
So, over here we've got the 20% increased effect of Herald buffs.
I've never really
over
done
here,
Sanctum in PvP1.
And then Farewell to Flesh. Crazy with Elementalist, by the way, because Elementalist has Herald nodes. I saw Rue talking about that, so pretty sick. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next one, as again, this one is just basically all about reserving your maximum mana so that your heralds can get more buffed. I know a lot of people are going to try trying this out with Wander, since Wanderers want a lot of flat damage. Delirious Bloodline. Now, this one actually has some cool stuff in it, but unfortunately, a little weird, right? So, step 1 on the right, we have 15% cooldown recovery rate. That's going to be this baby node here. Then we have grants level 20 Misty Reflection. Dash backward, leaving a short-lived mist copy of yourself. The copy can be damaged by enemies, and copies that are killed by an enemy will apply a debuff in an area that makes targets take 30% increased damage and deal 30% less for 4 seconds. This is pretty cool. I imagine the cooldown is going to be really high, and it's going to be inconsistent to use. Otherwise, I could potentially see an argument here. I think that this would probably be better for builds that have a lot more, like, burst almost. So they could, like, tap it, do the less damage, take the increase, and then, like, do whatever they're doing, right? Over here on the bottom, you have Schizophrenic Disassociation. That's kind of weird to say. This one's kind of sick, but, again, doesn't really work for us, sadly. Take 40% less damage from hits. Kind of huge. 4 seconds after each hit you take, lose life equal to 40%.
Noticing a theme of him going over these for RF.
Non-cluster dual sockets in your passive
That's
tree
really
have no
cool. It
effect.
doesn't apply to us, though.
That is kind of weird. RF scales so much damage off jewels, so yes.
So yes.
This node here is kind of nice with the life recovery, but that'd be about it. So also don't know how this would work with like recover on block, because like the mob would hit you, I guess you would still take less damage, so it'd still be good. Never mind, ignore that. Now this one up here is another really good one. Manic Episodes. Grants Glorious Madness. While under Glorious Madness, gain a random touch debuff every 2 seconds. This used to be 1. In this patch, they made it 2, so they made it easier to run. Using this skill again will remove Glorious Madness and the touch debuffs it inflicts. We don't want to actually remove it, but you'll be unable to use it again until the cooldown expires. Mania will apply 4% increased damage taken to enemies, 2% reduced action speed, and reduced life and energy shield recovery rate. For 15 seconds, can be stacked up to 15 times. So this takes time to ramp. It takes 15 seconds to ramp on a boss fight. That would be ideal for RF because we don't ramp normally. So problem is to be able to manage these debuffs that you get from Glorious Madness, you would have to sacrifice like both of your rings, a body armor, and some points on the passive tree, or your amulet to have consistent uptime on it while still being affected from the Glorious Madness debuffs, which are really bad. I could pull them up right now, but I promise you're not going to run this, unfortunately. Unless some like new tech comes out, this is like very spooky to run. Some of the debuffs would be like less recovery. I know another one is increased damage taken. So those are very, 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 very bad. Okay, got 3 more. Katarina. Unfortunately, we got another minion one. So at the top, 25% minion damage.
You don't even need to go over this one, man.
More damage. This specifically states increases and reduces.
Oh, maybe we do.
Spiritual aid on the passive tree, the one that makes you kind of like minion themed. There is only one stat that you benefit off of. So that would be this one right here, right? We path upwards and we can grab it. This specifically states increases and reductions to minion damage. So that means it's only increased minion damage. You do not benefit from attack speed. You do not benefit from more damage. It's only increased, which unfortunately in Path of Exile is the most oversaturated type of damage, which usually when you're in the end game, you're removing increases and adding things like multipliers, like fire damage over time multiplier, plus the level of gems for your fire trap, etc. So minions deal 15% more damage while they're on low life. Does not really apply to us. Over here, life and up. Since defenses also scales energy shield. Okay. I thought this one was kind of cool too. Unfortunately, not cool for us, but it's kind of cool. This one right here, so this baby node is increased. Be stunned if you gain when people want full charges and 0 us. One we have is Olroth, which is actually really cool. Just yet again, not for our build, sadly.
No.
So over here, these 3 passage, your ward breaks, movement speed 15%. Mainly because I think this one a lot. It's 3% less damage taken from 2 points. You're just hit taken. I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. If you guys enjoyed the video, don't forget you can always check me out on my live stream at twitch.tv/Pox. We'll be doing like a minimum, probably like 18-hour stream for the league when it goes live on Friday.
Nice. Yeah. Bummer. I do think that I feel like they specifically designed the bloodlines to create new builds and not buff existing ones. And everyone I've seen like kind of react to the bloodlines is definitely looking at it from the perspective of, does this buff the one build I always play? Because a lot of the longtime creators, like for good reason, like kind of they find their niche, right? And that's what they like focus on. So they're really just giving their update on like that one thing they play. I mean, that's not every content creator for big content creator period, but a good number of them are very like Ghazi, he always does minion builds. Baylor Mage has almost always done that build we were looking at. Pox is the RF guy. Ziz does actually do a decent variety of things, but he also manages guides for like a bunch of different builds. So he's usually like updating all of those like things, you know. Yeah, so most of the people that are going to make like guide content end up talking about a lot of the same builds over and over again. Even though PoE is a game where you can do a bunch of different stuff, but yeah, just how it is. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to try RF. I don't know how far I'm really going to get with it. I mean, I think that the low damage is going to be a problem, but also we're in hardcore, so I would rather be tanky than do damage anyway, but I don't really know how tanky it is. I haven't really looked into it that much, to be honest. I'm just like, oh, I want to play it because it's one of those builds that like is super, super popular and beloved in Path of Exile, and I haven't played it before, so that will be fun. But my main plan for this league is honestly just to play multiple characters. I usually just play one, and I like doing that. I like focusing on one and putting all my currency into one. But I kind of want to just get more characters to maps this league, but we'll see how I feel. Like if I just fall in love with RF or I fall in love with something, then I probably won't do that. But especially if I manage to actually get to maps on hardcore, that's going to change a lot for me, I think, because I think if I get to maps, yeah, just try out shit, exactly. But if I actually get to maps in hardcore, at that point, something random is going to kill me eventually, you know? Like I am not a good PoE player. Something gonna kill me. And honestly, me getting to maps is probably pie in the sky anyway. But if I get to maps, I think that at that point I will feel like I'm just gonna play hardcore, because at least I'm getting far enough into the game that I'm like playing the game. Like if I can get to maps and do some maps, then at least I'm getting to the point where like I'm doing stuff. But if I play hardcore and I just keep never making it to the end of the campaign, I'm going to switch to softcore, and we're just going to do regular trade league, you know? So if I go regular trade league, I will as weird as it sounds, that will probably mean that I don't do a bunch of different characters. But if I get to maps and then I die, well, that just encourages me to go try something else, because I like just did that one and that character is now dead, if that makes sense. So I think if I end up sticking with hardcore, I will probably play. What is happening on the side of the screen? Oh, it's still showing like YouTube stuff. Okay. So yeah, if I remain in hardcore, I think we're gonna play a lot of different builds for the league, is my plan. But if I go softcore, I'm probably just going to focus on one character and buff them up to oblivion and whatever. So we'll see what happens. But honestly, I feel maybe too confident because we only played to like, I think I got to Act 3, right? I was like mid-Act, well, end of Act 3 was where my furthest character in these couple days we were playing. But like, I was surprised that I wasn't dying all the time when we were doing these little practice runs, because that's just what I expected to happen. Yeah, because when I played PoE, like when I first started playing PoE, I died all the time in like softcore, like during the campaign. So it's kind of wild to me that we were just chilling as much as we were. So, and with all, I mean, I did die a number of times this week, like, but I don't know, maybe just playing hardcore in PoE 2 just kind of got me prepared for permadeath, you know, because it was just like no big deal, right? But I think the other part is I've just played. I feel like because now I'm at the point where in Settlers I actually felt like I quote unquote beat the game. Like now there's more stuff to do, but I like basically did almost everything, like in terms of just like progressing a character. I still haven't done every mechanic and stuff. Like there's so many like activities I've never done in PoE still. but I do feel like I've at least like gotten to the point where we've done things that makes me feel less bad if I'm like not getting to the end of the game on a hardcore character, if that makes sense. Because I'm just like I'm not like, oh man, I'm never gonna get to actually like see what's at the end of the game, because I have at least seen it, you know, to some extent. But we'll see what happens. I think going RF, I feel like we'll be fine. We'll get to maps. I do think it's going to be interesting to see with RF though, because it's in mapping, it means we're going to be in melee range. And like I said, with like the life regen stuff, like there's still some learning there for me to do on like how it works. I don't know what I'm going to do if it doesn't go well. Like maybe I will still give Holy Relic a shot if I die on the RF character kind of early. Because it does look fun once you have it set up. I just, man, after that Gazi video, I'm just like, man, that sounds like a pain in the ass. Why haven't they fixed any of that? Like, that's crazy that it was designed that way in the first place, but that it's been that way for so long blows my mind. That is crazy. I can't believe I didn't know how much of a pain in the ass it was, but now I understand why Gazi's kind of the minion expert, and most people don't really play that much minions, it seems like, in the community. And now I understand why, because it's just a pain in the ass. But yeah, and then I would maybe mess around with like lightning warp and the new skill and see if that can even be a thing. I don't even know when you can access that skill. Let me see. Gem. Wait, let's see. Here we'll go to keepers, gems. Let's see. Yeah, and the kinetic stuff looks really cool, but I don't know anything. I don't even know where to begin on that. I don't even know what that is. Living lightning sport, this one. So when they deal lightning damage, so basically, like, you could make anything that hits do lightning damage. That's like not a problem. But I assume that if you're actually a lightning damage build, that it's going to be easier to increase the damage of living lightning. But yeah, I think regardless of what I do or how successful I am with any of my characters this league, one thing I really would like to do is just try a little more of like actually trying to make my own build. I think I will learn a lot by just doing that at this point. I mean, I still learn so much following a guide. Every single league, every time I follow a guide, I learn so much. And I only remember some of it the time the next league rolls around. Like, there's a lot I don't understand or even know exists, I'm sure. In PoE still, which is just really fun. I love that that's the case. I've also never really played a trap build. Like when I play Ice Storm, I play with mines or whatever for like, you know, 20 levels or something, whatever it is. I think it's like to level 30 or something like that, because then you get Cyclone and then you get the Ice Storm unique, and then you're Ice Storming it up for the rest of the game. But yeah, I haven't really played a miner trap build, which I guess technically RF is a trap build because for single target you use fire trap, but I don't feel like that's really the same as as a proper trap build like Hex Blast or whatever. But yeah, there's and I played a totem build because I've done multiple builds with like the ballista kind of stuff. And when I did Bone Shatter, I think I used some totems as well. But Yeah, I don't know. Builds can feel very different even if they are technically in the same archetype as well. So I don't think I've ever really played a build though that I've gotten to the point where like the damage was actually insane. I think Ice Storm was like it was decent. Like my impression of like watching other people play and stuff is that my Ice Storm character's damage was all right. Like I don't know what the average power of a PoE player is. Like people that just are casuals and not, you know, career PoE players. But I feel like I did all right. Like I spent a couple divines at least, I think. It may have been more than a couple. I don't remember how much we spent when I was doing like the simplex crafting, but I also feel like I did it wrong. Like I think I probably spent, I think relative to how much currency I spent on that character, I probably had a fourth of the actual power and like durability as I could have had, just because I was struggling to understand like what I was looking for in my gear, even with like a super well written guide that was like explaining all the things. I could literally play Ice Storm this league and I would still learn stuff. I'm completely confident that if I were to play Ice Storm this league, I would still learn things. So I still might end up doing that. I think if I give up on hardcore, that's probably what I will do. Unless I give up on hardcore, but I have a character I love and I will just keep playing that one. So like if I fall in love with RF playstyle and my character dies when we just got to yellow maps or something, I'll probably just keep playing it in softcore, you know, like stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm going to try to stay in hardcore. And I'm going to try to like it, no matter what character dies, just the next one's just going to be a different build just to, you know, keep things interesting. And then I'm expecting to be playing streaming the league for at least like a week. I mean, we'll still have Farming Friday stuff. No matter how long I'm playing it. But I think like at least a week of streaming this before I switch back to other stuff. But it depends. Like I'm again a pretty slow player, so I could easily still be like doing regular progression, especially if you account for the fact that I'm be playing in hardcore. But even if by some miracle I'm not like dying a bunch, 2 weeks in, I'll still be doing like basic progression stuff. I am not one of those players that's like, by day 3, I have my full Atlas unlocked and I'm like farming Uber content or whatever. Like, no. That ain't me. That ain't me, man. Anyway, I'm gonna wrap it up here. Tomorrow, Thursday, I will not be streaming. I'm gonna take the day to rest because I've just been beaten down physically. I have not been feeling great. And I want to be at my best for League launch. So I'm sorry it's been a little bit low energy streams and just the sudden shift to PoE. I am looking forward to after PoE playing. I think I want to play Etrian or 100 Heroes after PoE. I'm feeling the RPG vibes. We do need to finish Scald though, so I might finish Scald first. I don't know. I'm gonna do whatever my heart tells me to do after PoE. Whatever I'm excited to play, that's what we're gonna boot up and we're gonna do a playthrough of after PoE. But yeah. Thanks for being here, Lola. Anybody who's lurking, thank you so much. Thank you again, Minnie, for the I think it was 51 months, which is I can't even fathom that. Titans, Pee-wee, PoE, PoE. Yeah, I think sometimes when I say it weird. It's been just really nice being back to streaming, you guys, and mostly because you guys are here. If you guys weren't here, it would suck. But no, it's good playing games again and hanging out, doing all the things. me close all this stuff. Don't close Ravenfall. I've done that on accident before. We got going on. And I appreciate all y'all bearing with me for the PoE stuff, because I know most of the people who hang out here do not play Path of Exile. Certainly not Path of Exile 1. So I really appreciate that you still hang out, even though you don't play. You listen to me talk about things that are silly. Looks like... Is that truth? Hold on. Oh no. I'll deal with that later. Okay, it looks like the Steves is live, which I haven't rated her and I don't even know how long. The timing has never worked out. So we're gonna go, she's just starting, so we're gonna rate her. The Minty Queen herself. And I'll see you guys there. And I'll see you guys on Friday. We're gonna do Farming Friday and then PoE. Alright. I will probably be starting early on Friday so that we can get our farming out of the way. I can take a nap, and then in the evening I will do PoE. So early morning farming. Bye.